Okay, we're back live on YouTube. So as a note to the committee members and those testifying, we are being streamed live on YouTube. So please keep that in mind. Anything that you can say or will say will be in perpetuity online. All right. So we're going to get back into our agenda, and we're going into our liquor portion of the agenda, liquor regulation. And the first, we've got 3 different pieces of legislation here that we're going to be looking at. And while we're going through those, I think, Ted, are you presenting all 3 of those, or are those being split up?
Mr. Chairman, I drafted 21 LSO 41 and 21 LSO 181. The third draft, 185, was drafted by Mr. Browning, and he'll be presenting that bill. But for 41 and 181, I'd be happy to get started. I'd be happy to hand it over to the Liquor Division and Mr. Mosier, however you'd like to handle it.
Let's go ahead and have you present 41 for us, if you don't mind, Ted. I'll keep you presenting, and because I've got the Liquor Association and the Liquor Division in the same room, I'll keep LSO presenting.
All right, so Mr. Chairman, 21 LSO 41, working draft 0.7 is the first of these bills. And this bill draft makes a series of amendments to the bill. And the committee looked at this bill draft back in September, made 2 amendments to it. And so I'll point out those amendments to the committee. So within section 1 of the bill, we create a new section that governs those with a winery permit, or those seeking to obtain a winery permit. And within that section, winery permittees have the ability to directly ship wine to Wyoming households. And under current law, there's a limitation on the amount of wine that they can ship directly to a household. And that's 36 liters. And that's 36 liters within a 12-month period. The committee changed that to change the limit to 12 cases of up to 9 liters each within any 12-month period. And you can see that new language on page 6, lines 12 through 15. And I will note that there's a related provision within 12.2.204, and that has to do with out-of-state shippers of wine. So folks in other states can get a permit to ship wine to households directly, to ship wine directly to households in Wyoming. And that provision contains that same limit of 36 liters of wine in any 12-month period. And I included a staff comment for the committee on page 12. And you can see in that staff comment, there's possible language that the committee could include if it also wants to change the direct household shipment of wine for out-of-state shippers. That has the advantage of treating out-of-state shippers and in-state shippers the same. So there's no benefit to in-state shippers compared to out-of-state shippers. The second amendment the committee made on page 17, line 12, committee changed the term premises to building. And this just has to do with where restaurant liquor licensees can prepare and dispense alcoholic liquor and malt beverages for consumption. So, Mr. Chairman, those are the amendments I wanted to raise with the committee's attention. I'd be happy to answer any questions, and I'd be happy to provide more information if the committee would like it.
Questions for LSO? Yep, Senator Scott, go ahead, sir.
Mr. Chairman, on the wine shipment, I'm looking at page 6 of the next draft, 0181, which has 36 liters in any 12-month period. And wondering why the inconsistency between the two bills. And then, Mr. Chairman, eventually I've got a question as why we don't combine these two into one bill.
Mr. Hewitt, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Senator Scott. And so in 21 LSO 181, there are a series of changes that are made to Title 12. They certainly, the bills could be combined if the committee wanted to do that. And in fact, there are a couple conflicts between the two bills where it really would make sense to sort out those conflicts. And one way to do it is to combine provisions. But on page 6 in 21 LSO 181, this new language, this new subsection K, starting on line 17, has to do with retail liquor licensees. So in 21 LSO 41, we're just dealing with in-state shippers of wine and out-of-state shippers of wine. In 181, that subsection K on page 6 allows retail liquor licensees to ship wine directly to households in Wyoming. And so it does use that current limitation of 36 liters as the maximum amount that a retail liquor licensee could ship to a household in Wyoming in a 12-month period. And so that's an excellent point that there does create this policy inconsistency between the two bills with that language.
Follow up, Senator Scott, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I would simply request that when the Liquor Association and the Liquor Division testify, that if they could explain, is there a reason to have these figures different for the retail liquor licensees as opposed to the wineries, or is that something we ought to clean up?
Any other questions for LSO? Seeing none. Okay, we're gonna close. We're gonna move past LSO and go to the Liquor Division. Can you guys hear me all right? Perfect.
Let me go first.
Yes, we're unmuted.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I'll kick this off if that's okay. This is Mike Mosier, Wyoming State Liquor Association. Thank you, Ted, for being.
Mr. Mosier, we'll hear from the Liquor Division first, and then we'll get right to you.
Not a problem. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Tom Montoya, I'm Chief of Enforcement for the Wyoming Liquor Division. Mr. Elliott did a good job of really explaining so far. If there's questions, I'd be happy to answer any. I know that Senator Scott did ask about the differences in the, we drafted one based on current law. The other one is a request that the committee, doesn't matter to us what those numbers are. If the committee would like it at 12 cases, which is 108 liters, that's fine with us. Whatever numbers you choose to put in there, we can fix both bills with, sir.
Combined.
Combining the bills would be fine with us. We have no problem.
Mr. Montoya, when we look at the liter amount for winery or wine direct to door, some states, we mirrored South Dakota on the 108 liter aspect, but some states don't even have a limit on that. Is it worthwhile keep moving this bar, or should we just go ahead and say, if you want to order wine direct to your door, that's your business?
Mr. Chairman, we looked at this on a number of occasions, and it's all over the page if you look at all the different states. And this is what the committees have come up with throughout the years. The only thing that I would say as far as the way it's written as far as cases, we would prefer liters in there only for a clarification. Only now because, wine products aren't just wine bottles. It could be cider in kegs. It could be a case of 200 mil wine coolers. And so it's easy to track when we have to do our accounting side with all the invoices on a monthly basis for the excise tax, to have it all in liters.
Gotcha. So Mr. Montoya, just for clarification, your preference would be in liters due to the different types of containers that are now going out. I mean, just getting rid of the limit would handle that also, correct?
It would do that, sir.
Where's the division on that, Mr. Montoya?
That's up to the committee, sir. It's up to you. We're just serving at your pleasure.
I tried. I almost got you. Any any questions for Mr. Montoya? I'm not seeing any. Okay, Mr. Mosier.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Once again, Mike Mosier, Wyoming State Liquor Association. A quick overview, if you will. As you remember, these two first draft bills are repair bills, revisions bills. We do not see them as urgent, and so we don't know how next year is turning out, but I realize that there are other priorities that may take place, and we don't care if this is late 21 or early 21 or early 22. They're good bills, but there's no urgency to them. Representing the industry I do, there's a lot of businesses out there that are borderline, barely surviving and fearing another COVID shutdown. And bear in mind, it's not just restrictions, it's customers just not coming back. And so this is an ailing industry that's facing a lot of closures and a lot of pain and a lot of suffering. And so, first of all, if I may address your idea of taking off the possibility of taking off the cap, I don't think anybody's really pushing for that for wine. I do agree that uniformity is fine by me, and we can go to 12 cases for everything and doesn't make much difference. But you take the cap off and all of a sudden these people are able to compete with us. This is not a level playing field necessarily, including through taxation. So there would be lost revenue, there would be lost jobs. I think the 12 cases, it's kind of pushing it a little bit to the point where we almost oppose our own revisions bill, but we can live with 12. With taking the cap off, I'm afraid we would have to oppose the bill because that's taking a leap where very few states have gone, and I'm not sure they're necessarily eager about it. So matching South Dakota, and I think our friends at the Wine Institute are okay with that as well, are fine. If you want to combine the bills, that's fine for me, by me, with for logistical reasons. And the idea that the rest of the bill itself, including the other amendment, is fine. We walked through this several times with the committee. I would commend Ted for being a heck of a lot less verbose than I apparently am, but he did a great job, and we support this bill as written. I would ask that you would consider not going to unlimited because we'd have to flip our position. I think the 12 cases is a good compromise. Most states do cap the amount, the same way we cap the amount that you can bring alcohol in from out of state. And so I think it's prudent, and I would ask or beseech or whatever that we stick to the 12 cases that's currently in the bill. We don't want to pick winners and losers in this process, especially through COVID. We don't know what's going to happen. So minor changes are one thing, but I really hesitate to hurt our off-premise sellers by taking the cap off completely, sir. And I'll be happy to take any questions.
Yeah, Mr. Mosier, you stated that the industry's hurting right now because of COVID, but it was my understanding that liquor sales were way up.
Mr. Chairman, that's actually a good question. It depends on who you are. Liquor stores are doing higher in volume, but they're selling cheaper stuff. Also, nationally, we're having some major supply shortages. For example, with, if I may use a brand name, Crown Royal is experiencing national shortages. But the other thing is about a third, if I believe, of our packaged liquor stores also are bars and restaurants and everything else. And so when you look at those combined businesses, the packaged liquor store end is just barely keeping them afloat. As far as standalone packaged liquor stores, if you can combine the additional expenses of COVID and buying cheaper products, this is sort of like the boom and bust cycle in Wyoming when our economy would fall out and would notice sales would go up, but the average price of the items would go down. So you're not making as much money, but certainly a packaged liquor store off premise is weathering this better than the on premise. But like I said, bear in mind that a lot of these businesses are combination on and off premise, package and on-site alcohol. So sales are up, but not necessarily to the complete benefit of the individual businesses.
So sales are up, but it's complicated.
Mr. Chairman, exactly. I mean, if you sell twice as much product at half the price, you're kind of in the same boat and you're stocking a lot more shelves.
Gotcha. Any other questions for Mr. Mosier? Seeing none.
Oh,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, may I?
Go ahead.
Don't let him.
I forgot to mention this. This is very important. There is clear at the end of the bill on page 30, we delete the franchise out of franchise language out of 129103 A Romanet 9. We've met with the beer wholesalers. Thank you for letting me come back. I forgot this completely. We've met with the beer wholesalers. They have concerns. The goal of this bill is not for anyone to have any concerns. And the malt beverage wholesalers, we had questions, if you remember, that we wanted answered that we thought maybe removing that language would fix. For example, how to get product outside of your territory, if your local guy won't carry it, or for example, if they're shut down to the warehouse due to COVID, how do we get product? Or if it's out of territory, can we figure that out? The malt beverage wholesalers, we work closely with them. They're good people, like the vast majority of our businesses that I represent.
You just froze out, Mr. Motor. This is why you shouldn't be at the liquor division. I told you that last time too.
They're small, and we believe those languages no longer is necessarily any longer. I'm not a franchise expert. I'm not sure if the legal stuff is completely resolved, but I think it's incredibly important to me that we don't step on anybody's toes. So I would ask the committee to consider removing that line starting on page 30, line 16 through the balance to the effective date. And we would support that. And I know our friends in the beer wholesaler industry would certainly support that as well. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to go to back to Mr. Montoya really quick because we lost you about halfway through your explanation there, Mr. Mosier. And I actually told you while you were frozen in place that this is why you shouldn't be at the liquor division right now. But you didn't get any of that because you were frozen up. So Mr. Montoya, why should we delete that? Or why should we put that repealer out of this bill? Why should 129102A 4D remain?
Mr. Chairman, there were some discussions between the Wyoming State Liquor Association and the Wyoming Beer Wholesalers Association. The liquor division was not part of those discussions. And just from what Mr. Mosier said, they've worked out their differences. The Beer Wholesalers Association had some concerns with this language. They really didn't want it deleted, and they've come to some sort of compromise. So that was really between them. The liquor division really didn't have a dog in that fight.
Okay, so I'm gonna, who else is at that table? I see a new face in there. Who's that on the left-hand side of the screen?
Tell you what, Mr. Chairman, this is Director Noble, Department of Revenue.
Oh, you probably don't want any part of this, Director Noble.
Actually, I just want to make an introduction for you folks. Nicole Novotny Smith is the new administrator of the liquor division, and I wanted to make that introduction so everybody can put a face with a name. And she started, I believe, October 1. Is that correct? Mm-hmm. And just like to let you folks become aware of the fact we have a new liquor administrator.
Well, thank you for that, Director. Appreciate that. Ms. Novotny Smith, can you tell me, besides saying this is an agreement between two other entities, on why that repealer should be taken out of the bill?
Mr. Chairman, no, that is not something that I can tell you because it was not something that came up in discussions at the liquor division, and I don't speak to anything that hasn't come across my desk here.
I was just trying to quiz people. Mr. Mosier, you get a second swing at the bat. Can you tell us why?
I will be, famous last words, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. I will be brief. There were three primary concerns that the retailers had that we were hoping the deletion of this language had, and that was getting product that our local wholesaler wouldn't carry. If there was a shutdown of our local warehouse due to COVID or other reasons, or being able to get stuff from another wholesaler with permission. The malt beverage wholesalers have answered those, but they do have concerns and they believe they're valid. And I certainly don't mind this going away, that this would hurt their status in Title 12 with their franchise agreement. And I do not want to hurt anybody with this bill. And so their concerns are my concerns. I don't think it changes a darn thing about the bill. And if it makes them feel better, I think we should just get rid of it. We've solved all the differences we had, or the questions we had that made this language in here in the first place. And I don't want to hurt these businesses, whether real or perceived. So I would request that the committee consider removing that language or removing the deletion.
Yeah, this is the problem I'm having, Mr. Mosier. I'm about at my wit's end on this one too. We're one more swing at the bat. Why would I remove this? How is this damaging to them?
Mr. Chairman, I believe they'll testify to that, but their concern is that it would harm their franchise agreement relationship with the brewery, because they do have, like many other industries, whether it's farm equipment or car dealerships, they do have franchise agreements set up. And so they feel that it helps make it more ironclad in statute, that is echoed in state statute. That was put in, I think, in the 80s, probably. That's where most of it, and malt beverage franchise agreements, the malt beverage stuff is about 20% of Title 12. It's a large section. I just don't want anything in here that anybody has any heartburn over, which is the big thing. I mean, to me, a revisions bill should not step on anybody's toes. And so I would request it to be gone. But I hope that answered your question, Mr. Chairman.
It did not, but I will wait to hear from the beer distributors as to exactly how this steps on their franchises, because I think that's a big concern. Chairman Landon, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And I think your questions are very appropriate. I would say that I've had quite a little bit of conversation on this particular request of Mr. Moser, and that came from some of our distributors. One, which is a major Wyoming company based out of the Bighorn Basin, indicated that that those contracts that they sign with breweries, they would prefer that those be ironclad, and that way they can oversee their product in a better way. I know we'll get testimony from them, hopefully, but that was somewhat compelling to me. They are very careful about dates on products and rotation of products and taking responsibility for that particular product getting where it needs to go. If you allow a different district to come in over the top of that, their concern is that you lose product control, and they are concerned about that. So I hope that helps a little bit, Mr. Chairman.
We're getting there. All right. Anybody else? Liquor Association, you got anything else, Mr. Mosier?
Nope, I'm good, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Overall, I think it's a good revisions bill, just with a couple tweaks, and we're good. And thank you very much.
Perfect. Thank you. And welcome back to the Corporations Committee, Ms. Novotny Smith. Mr. Co-Chairman, did you have a question?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And I'm sorry to hold this up here, but I had a quick question for Mr. Moser or anybody at the table. Why the 2,028 ounces on page 3, which amounts to 59 plus liters? And I wonder if there's any recommendations from you all on that front. You indicated that you would prefer our statute to reflect liters when we're talking about wine. Does that pertain to the language in Romanet 3?
Yeah, it's existing language. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chair, that's existing language. I suppose if it changed to liters, it wouldn't make much difference. But sure, I mean, if you want to go with liters for uniformity, doesn't really matter as if it works better.
Thank you. I'm not sure why that particular level. We're glad to try to make these statutes consistent based on your request, but that comes out to 59.8 liters, I think,
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chair, I just had a wise voice from behind me tell me that's because of tax purposes, because taxes are levied by ounce. And so that's why that particular section is in ounces and not liters.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions for the Wyoming Liquor Division or the Wyoming Liquor Association? I'm not seeing anybody jump up and down. Okay, we're gonna go ahead. Thank you guys for your testimony. Really appreciate that. We're gonna go on to public testimony now at this point. First up on public testimony that I've got is Mr. Curtin, Christopher Curtin. And I believe Mr. Pickard will be joining in on that testimony at the same time. Is that correct, Mr. Pickard?
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Dave Pickard, and I'm representing Republican Southern Glacier Wine and Spirits and Republican National Distributing Company. I have Chris Curtin here to discuss the ins and outs of the three-tier system. Mr. Chairman, if you'd like to take that now or when we get on to the discussion on draft number 185, where I think it might be more appropriate, I'll defer to you.
Yeah, let's keep pointing at this one bill. Let's get this one knocked out as quick as possible if we can, and we'll get to the more controversial ones.
Certainly.
Okay. I don't know if Mr. Rudd, did you want to testify on this specific piece of legislation?
Yes, I would love to. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, members of the Joint Committee, my name is Tyler Rudd. I am the Central States Council for Wine Institute, a public policy trade association made up of about 1,000 California wineries and associated businesses. Thank you for the opportunity for me to speak today. Wine Institute is in support of Working Draft 41. We like the idea of increasing the amount of wine that Wyoming consumers can receive from Wyoming wineries and out-of-state wineries. As you know, and as was pointed out, the current law only allows 36 liters in a 12-month period, which amounts to about 4 cases per year. The wines that can be shipped are limited to the wines not currently listed with the Liquor Division, a list that's easily found on the Liquor Division's website and has over 1,100 wines last I checked. However, there are 8,700 wineries in America, each with several varietals to offer consumers. Thus, having the ability to directly ship those wines to Wyoming consumers is crucial to the livelihood of many, many wineries. Plus, the ability to ship directly to Wyoming consumers helps them experience what American wines have to offer. Therefore, increasing the amount of wine Wyoming consumers would be able to receive and wineries to directly ship benefits both the customers, the wineries themselves, and because of the taxes that the state of Wyoming will receive, the state of Wyoming itself. So we are in support of the elevated increase in the amount that can be directly shipped. We've chatted with both the Liquor Division and the Liquor Retailers Association, Mr. Moser, and have agreed that this is a good amount to be raised. And we thank you, by the way, for increasing this amount. This will help not just California wineries, but wineries throughout the U.S.
Any questions for Mr. Rudd? And I've got Representative Clausen. Go ahead.
Mr. Rudd, just a quick question. How many of your current customers run up against this limit or this case total?
It really depends because of the number of wineries just in California in general. Some will ship quite a bit to Wyoming, others don't ship at all. So I'm afraid I can't answer that directly. But I will say that I have heard complaints from several of the larger wineries that directly ship that they are butting up against this amount, at least the current amount.
Any other questions for Mr. Rudd? Yep, Mr. Chairman, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chairman. Mr. Rudd, just a curiosity question. What is the markup by the time a bottle of wine gets to the liquor shelf here in Wyoming? And the reason I ask is I'm thinking, okay, if we go from 4 cases up to 12 cases, that means 6 cases that I would have had to buy at the retail outlet. Am I tracking this correctly? And if that's the case, what's the markup at that level that we would have been paying to a retail liquor outlet versus direct mail out of one of the wineries somewhere else?
Mr.
Thank you,
Wright.
Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman. In answer to your question, the markup to retailers themselves is 17.6. And if I'm speaking out of turn, I hope the liquor division will correct me. But for direct shipment of wine to consumers, many years ago, when the Wyoming legislature and the Department of Revenue and the Wine Institute all got together, they determined that the markup for direct shipment of wine is 12%, because what they figured in is the lack of the distribution aspect of it. So 17.6%, and I'm not sure if that was the case back then. It was probably lower, I believe. They incorporated a small portion of that markup and reduced it simply because UPS and FedEx were the ones that were actually distributing the wine, or not distributing, they were delivering the wine to the consumer, which means that the liquor division didn't need to actually get in their truck and, well, house the wine, get in the truck, deliver it to the consumer, et cetera. So currently it's at 12%, but that does not include the sales tax, which is required now thanks to Wayfair and the remote sellers law, where any winery that sells over a certain amount in the state of Wyoming has to start collecting sales tax from the consumer and remitting it to the state.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for Mr. Rudd? Seeing none. All right. I think, Mr. Curtin, did you want to testify on this bill specifically? Okay. Any other public testimony? I'm not seeing anybody else. Well, Ms. Pollock, did you want to testify on this one? Wine's not really your bag, but I figured I'd give you the shot.
I don't have anything on this one.
You've got some in the room.
Oh, we do. I'm sorry. Yeah. I'm so into this Zoom thing nowadays, man. Yes, ma'am. Please take a seat. And for the committee, just who you are, who you're representing, if anyone.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Laura Grad. I represent the Wyoming Beer Wholesalers Association. So hopefully I can answer your questions. Thank you to Mr. Mosier for withdrawing and wanting that language reinserted. We were able to have a good conversation and proactively answer his questions and concerns the retailers had in regards to this language. But Chapter 9 is the relationship between the malt beverage wholesalers and the suppliers, otherwise known as the franchise law. I believe it passed in 1996. So far, there's been no legal challenges, no legal problems. We did consult with a franchise attorney who helped us years ago with this franchise law, and they have said there's no means for litigation, no Supreme Court cases. In fact, there's a lot of papers that have been written showing territories are good. So from the legal standpoint, the malt beverage wholesalers, who would be the ones that would ultimately probably be challenged, we have no issues. The problem with removing this language, it doesn't help the retailers in any way. Because of the contracts that the malt beverage wholesalers have with their suppliers, they are forbidden from selling outside of the territory. So if a retailer were to go to someone outside of the territory and say, hey, I can't get this product, will you sell it to me? They're going to be turned away. They just simply cannot sell because of their contracts they currently have. So for that reason, we would like this language to be reinserted. It goes hand in hand with our supplier language already we have with the contracts we have with our suppliers, and then there's no confusion. Everyone knows you cannot sell outside of your territory, and it doesn't put the wholesaler in a bad light with the retailer, and it just doesn't solve a problem.
Questions, committee? I guess my question is just to verify. So essentially, the fear is by removing this language that there would be some individuals that could possibly sell across their franchise border and do it without any issue.
Probably not. Mr. Chairman, because of the supplier contracts they already have in place, as you will not sell outside of your territory. So I have a wholesaler here, Brittany Weber. She's the co-owner of Cheyenne Beverage here, their Coors distributor. And she could probably talk about the agreements that they have with their suppliers, but they, like I said, if a retailer came across borders and said, I'd like to buy this product I can't get in my area, they're forbidden from selling. Although there are things in place statutorily, like a wholesaler can go to another wholesaler and get product, a retailer one. And I know it's happened where a retailer says, hey, I want this product, and it's not in the local warehouse. So they go outside and get it as quickly as they can to make the retailer whole from another wholesaler who has those similar products in-house. And then they work with their supplier directly. It's just cleaner, as Senator Landon said. You know, they're not going to let product out of their house that they can't rotate, that they can't take away expired. If there's a recall, they have to be able to go in and service their products. So that's why territories exist, mostly to keep the product fresh for the consumer. And whether or not you know this or not, the wholesaler buys back all the expired product. So if, say, someone orders 20 cases and for some strange reason they only sell 19, those wholesalers make those retailers whole by taking back the product. So those are all the good reasons for the territorial assignments and why the suppliers like them.
Questions, committee?
Mr. Chairman, there is kind of a counter view about monopolies and being bad for consumers and the competition is good. Here we have a monopoly distributing area that is ensconced in our law. You know, it's not just an agreement, it's in our law, which is kind of repugnant to people that think about free markets and competition. And I guess it comes down to, I like a particular kind of beer. I really do like my wholesaler in Lander. I am a liquor license holder. I have a resort liquor license. And I'm always amazed that I can buy that beer in Colorado at retail in not even a high volume place, cheaper than I can buy it wholesale in my hometown under the monopoly. I'm kind of wondering, how are our consumers served by this? And I'd like the lady to maybe answer that.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Case, the breweries are the ones who set the pricing. And so it's out of the wholesalers' control when the brewery sets all of their pricing. You know, they can't control that Colorado might have lost leaders and you could go buy product cheaper, but the wholesalers themselves can't sell the product outside of what the brewery says they have to sell it for. It's, I would say we're not a monopoly. Territories have been around for a long time. I mean, liquor licenses are hard to come by. Is that a monopoly because everyone can't go get a liquor license?
Yes, it is a monopoly. I fully agree that it is. I think they should be handed out to whoever wants them, but I'm also in the minority in that regard in the legislature.
No.
Well, I'm the minority. There's only a couple of us.
But also from a consumer safety issue too, territories are good. And from a regulatory issue, if Mr. Montoya hears something's going on in the marketplace and anyone's allowed to come in and sell product, who's Mr. Montoya gonna blame the product on? Because right now they know if it's a certain product, they know who distributed it and who's gonna take the fall for something going wrong in the marketplace. So I don't know if that answered the question, but.
No, I think it definitely attempts to. I mean, the reality is, to Senator Case's point, when it comes down to, I mean, if you were just to paint this in another picture of any other type of product, lettuce, for example, lettuce kills more people every year than Coors Original does. And yet there's no territories for lettuce. I mean, that would be obscene, right? I mean, that would be crazy to think that there would be mandatory wholesalers for lettuce in different territories. But for this one product, because of its nature, it is a different animal, or at least in statute, it is painted as such. So it's a different deal.
Mr. Chairman, you know, it's there's always a public safety, public convenience reason that monopolies tell you.
Right.
It's always for the protection of the public, but I really don't see it here.
Right.
And
What
we run our own monopoly because our liquor commission and liquor distribution is 100% monopoly. So
That
we're
is-
enjoying it. We're enjoying this monopoly.
The state of Wyoming enjoys the largest monopoly in the state of Wyoming.
Yes,
So that's handy.
but it is a monopoly, Mr. Chairman.
All right, any other questions, committee? Yeah, Mr. Rudd, you don't get to ask questions, sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just wanted to know, and I apologize, Mr. Chairman. Should I wait? I have a couple of comments just on the next two bills. I'm happy to wait, or I can tell them now. They're very brief, so I'll leave it up to you.
We're gonna hold off for a bit until we get to those. Sorry, sir.
Okay, that's okay. Thank you, sir.
Yep. All right, committee, any other questions? Seeing none. Brittany, would you like to testify?
If I can bring some clarity to anything, I'd be happy to.
Well, come on. Now, I know who you are, but you've gotta announce yourself for the committee and the public.
Hello. My name is Brittany Weber, proud fourth generation owner of Cheyenne Beverage here in Cheyenne. We do cover some territory in the northern part of Wyoming. We do sell a selection of brands in Cheyenne, Laramie, and then Sheridan and Gillette. And we are echoing everything that Laura just said, but I'm happy to bring some clarification. I do want to add that the public safety and regulatory issues surrounding this is really key. I think this is the important thing. There's a reason why there's a lot of states that have these kind of policies and laws in place. I do agree with a lot of the echoing in the room that we can argue back and forth about monopolies being good or bad. The state of Wyoming does have a monopoly. I want to argue that I don't believe the beer wholesalers is a monopoly. I think territorial agreements are a good thing for the industry. And we do support the deletion of having that language removed. We're in support of having it reinstated.
Questions, committee? Senator Case, go ahead.
Are you Katie Heaton's granddaughter or great?
I'm Katie Heaton's granddaughter. Yes.
Really nice to see you.
Thank you.
She was much beloved Senate staffer for a long time.
Yes, we
Sorry,
dearly
lost
miss her. Thank you.
Nice to see you.
Yes, thank you.
Any other questions? Yeah, Chairman Lanning, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chairman. A ditto to Senator Case's just pointing out and referencing Katie. That was great, Senator. I just had a question regarding territories. It's interesting that you have a territory around Cheyenne and then way up in the north, and I wonder if that is why it came into play when you were able to start offering product down in Cheyenne that is brewed up in Sheridan. Was there a connection there, and is that what enabled that to happen?
So we have to have agreements and sign contracts with suppliers, and we court these new suppliers if they're coming in. And the word supplier and brewery gets used interchangeably, so I don't want to confuse anyone. But we seek to sell product from these breweries, and upon getting the green light that we're able to sell them. So maybe to give you a good example, when Blacktooth was looking to come into this southern territory out of Sheridan, there were multiple distributors that were vying for that distribution right of Blacktooth. And we were very lucky to win the intention of being able to sell their beer and sign a contract to sell Blacktooth within the Laramie County, Albany County territory down here. However, my company does not sell it up in Sheridan and Gillette. That is Bighorn Beverage. So just because I sell product in one part of my territory doesn't authorize me to sell it across the entire state of Wyoming. But I do want to just kind of add to maybe something you're saying. We are taking all these concerns into place and into heart. And so we went ahead and did a survey of all of our distributors across the state just to get a feel and a pulse for how many retailers really had these genuine concerns, because they're our customers too. And so their best interest is our best interest. And I do want to say it came back pretty positive, where I believe that in the case that you have retailers that want to get certain product that may or may not be available in the state or may not be available in their territory, that each distributor has taken upon themselves to really dive deep into seeing what they can do from a legal standpoint And then certainly work within the state of Wyoming to have potentially other wholesalers come in and save the day. And so we want to continue to open that dialogue, continue to keep transparency going, and obviously continue to keep our retailers adequately staffed with products that they're looking for on their shelves. It's not our intentions not to bring in certain product. If we can serve it to the retailers, absolutely. Myself, and I know I can speak behind for my competitors, that's our goal, is to get the product to our retailers. It just needs to be approved for the state of Wyoming.
Thank you for that.
Yep. Further questions? Not seeing anybody jump up. Thank you very much, ma'am. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. And thank you.
Not seeing any other public comment. Committee, before we pull the trigger on anything here, let's go ahead. I guess, what's the pulse in the room in regards to possibly combining this legislation with the next bill? It might make things easier. Senator Scott, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I've been trying to remember why we had them separate. I think if we can keep them non-controversial, it would certainly simplify things going forward. And if we did it, I think we would need to give the LSO authority, after consulting with the chairman, to resolve any conflicts between the two that we've missed.
Yeah, I agree. Co-chairman, go ahead.
Mr. Co-Chairman, there was a little bit of sentiment, excuse me, and you and I talked about this, that you get a 40 or 50 page bill. We were concerned that there may be a provision or two that bordered on controversial that could take out the entire piece of legislation. So, other than that, I think it's just a little bit tougher lift to take a big bill into the session. But I think I would support pulling them into one if we feel like we can push them on through during the session.
Any other comments, committee? Otherwise, I think we're just going to go ahead and jump into the next bill and handle business after that. Mr. Hewitt, who's presenting this next one?
I can walk through it. I may rely on Mr. Mosier for the rationale for some of these additions and deletions. So just like to put them on notice for that.
Okay, go ahead.
This is 21 LSO 181, working draft 0.5. And again, very much like the last bill, this makes a series of changes to Title 12. And if you go to page 2, the first change is to add a new section, 125601. And this has to do with the delivery of alcoholic beverages to households. And this isn't through shipment. This is handing it off to a delivery person and having that person deliver the alcoholic beverage to a person's home. And so this applies to retail liquor licensees, microbrewery permit holders, winery permit holders, winery satellite permit holders, and manufacturer licensees with a satellite location. So on page 2, in paragraph 1, you can see it requires all sales of alcoholic liquors and malt beverages under this section shall take place in the licensed building. But it does allow sales through phone or online or a mobile app. Paragraph 2 provides that no order shall be received, nor any delivery be made to or by any person under the age of 21 years. And then deliveries, when they're made, the purchaser has to show a valid government identification in order to be able to receive the order. On page 3, paragraph 3 at the top requires all these alcoholic beverages to be sealed. And you can see a definition of sealed here, means in its original package and unopened, in a plastic bag and heat seal closed, or in a container that has a breakable seal incorporated into the container cap. And then paragraph 4 prohibits any of these deliveries through a common carrier. So this couldn't be through UPS, could be through FedEx. It would have to be through some other delivery service. And then paragraph 5 limits what beverages, microbreweries, wineries, manufacturers of liquors, what product they can have delivered. And it's limited to their product. So only the product that a winery or microbrewery or manufacturer makes can they have delivered. So that's the first change. And I'd be happy to pause there and answer any questions on that.
Any questions in regards to that portion thus far, committee? Senator Scott, go ahead. I think you're muted, Senator.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, I have trouble with this. Why do we need this section? And this may be a question for Mr. Mosier. And does it affect the case of where somebody asks a relative or a neighbor, can you get me a 6-pack at the liquor store? What's going on here? I don't understand why we need this.
Mr. Hewitt, I'm guessing we're pivoting to Mr. Mosier on that.
Mr. Chairman, I would defer to Mr. Mosier on that question.
Okay, Mr. Mosier, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mike Mosier, Wyoming State Liquor Association. Probably the first time I've ever been given credit for giving any kind of rationale. But to answer, and it's an excellent question, Senator Scott, delivery has been allowed in Wyoming by Attorney General opinion for decades. The last AG opinion was in '82, provided that the sale take place in the building. And so what we decided to do is, since everybody's doing it already, it was happening in Casper, Jackson, all over the place. What we decided to do is, since it's becoming more predominant, partially because of COVID, to build sideboards, similar to what we have with direct-to-consumer. Now, I think it's important to point out that direct-to-consumer that we have been talking about or will talk about on the third bill, DTC, and delivery are completely different critters. With delivery, with these sideboards, it's still a municipality or county can still say, we don't want you to do that. So they can further regulate it. But what this does is build basic statutory sideboards that says, since it's already allowed, if you're going to do it, these are the parameters we do it under. So this is really a responsible alcohol thing to make sure that there are some guidelines. On the sealed container bit on page 3, 125601A, Romanet 3, sealed containers was already in statute, but it wasn't really defined a whole lot. It was extremely vague. And so we were running into all sorts of, I remember I saw one place that had a styrofoam cup with a cap that had enough saran wrap around it that you could, I think a 30-06 round would have bounced off. And they were calling that a sealed container. Well, it really isn't, because you can poke a hole in it. And so what this language does is further clarify what a sealed container is. So as a sealed container, they can sell it like they could a regular container. So that's all this is doing. This isn't legalizing anything that isn't already legal. Municipalities and counties, unlike direct to consumer, can outlaw it or restrict it further. But this just establishes statewide sideboards that further clarify it. You know, we wouldn't have thought about needing this 15 or 20 years ago, but a combination of more people wanting the convenience of ordering stuff, a la Grubhub with food, and COVID, where people don't want to leave the house, we're seeing an uptick in it. And so we thought it would be a good idea to put those sideboards in place. Does that answer everybody's question?
Yeah, Senator Scott's not raising his hand, but Representative Clamp, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm trying to wrap my head around this. So we have very limited sideboards, but okay, so no order shall be received, nor shall any delivery be made to any persons under the age of 21. So I don't know how that's verified. Well, let's say you have a 19-year-old college kid who calls up somewhere and hey, I want to make an order. Okay, and then then it's delivered to maybe someone in the household that's 21 years or older. I'm just trying to play out some of these scenarios. Of course, the concern for me is access to underage people. And then I just walk through this a little bit more. What's the protocol as far as checking the ID? I mean, we have tips training and all that kind of stuff that bars and restaurants and all that kind of stuff do. Is an Uber driver or a Grubhub driver gonna be
Within jurisdiction.
required to do this as well? Or is it just kind of any person off the street and, hey, I can go deliver this and, oh yeah, there's your ID. Yeah, thanks for showing me. It doesn't really check. I mean, this makes me feel uncomfortable. Just help walk me through it and ease my mind, please. Thank you.
Mr. Mosier, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Clem, great questions. And actually, this is written to directly to solve some of those concerns, since there are no sideboards or real guidelines for that to operate. Now, the advantage is with this is if a licensed establishment is doing delivery with the permission, of course, or with the allowance of the municipal or municipality or county, and TIPS training is required, that individual that's doing delivery would be required to have TIPS training. Also, the liability of selling to somebody underage would theoretically go back to the establishment if you weren't properly carding. I actually bought a couple deliveries just to see how it worked, and I forgot that was a requirement, and I had to run back in the house and get my ID both times because even I got carded. And so I find retailers being very, very careful, especially delivery. The real problem where we run into that, Representative Clem, is the direct to consumer because those delivery drivers don't have the same liability or training or the ability for the municipality to mandate it that we do with delivery services. And so if the city and county chose to require training, which all of them I know of that require training for those delivery people, they have to do it. And so, like I said, I find retailers being more cautious with delivery. And so I see this as a good thing in the direction of what Representative Clem's concerns are, because right now it's just the doors are wide open. And as I mentioned, if a municipality or county wanted to get more restrictive than what you see in this bill, they certainly can, to the point of banning it. But we also see a public safety component to this, to allowing delivery and building those sideboards. If somebody's had a couple of beers and runs out of beer, I would like them to have the option, not intoxicated, but I still wouldn't want them on the road. I would like them to have the option of being able to get it delivered. And of course, with COVID and social distancing, it gives the customer an option to order that similar to the way they can order delivered food. So I think it goes in the right direction that you're talking about, Representative Clem, and I hope I get that across. I see this as a responsibility thing that actually places more restrictions on retailers, just so we make sure that there's some continuity.
Chairman Landon, go ahead and take over the meeting for a second, please.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chairman. Mr. Moser, I think you touched on it, but can you talk a little bit about no delivery by a common carrier? Does that go back to the TIPS training and that part of the world, or what is the purpose of that language?
Mr. Chairman, the common carrier, the reason we don't allow that is because that's more like direct to consumer sales, where you have actually a third party that's unrelated to the business making the delivery. And so they don't have the same onus on selling to somebody of age, and they don't have the same liability. And so that's a common carrier brings it more into direct to consumer territory, which makes us a little more nervous, especially in the area of spirits. So that's why that's precluded. Would you guys like to add anything? Okay. So does that work?
Thank you, Mr. Mosier. That helps, and we'll be asked that if this legislation moves on, and so appreciate it. Committee, any other questions regarding 125601? And if not, we'll go to Mr. Hewitt, and Ted, go ahead and continue on if you would.
Will do, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much. All right, so on page 4, the bill draft opens up section 2, and this amends existing law. And the first change to existing law is in 122203. And under current law, Class A industry representative licensees have to be domiciled within the state. You can see the language domicile within the state is removed. Similar change is made on page 5, line 7, for Class B industry representative licensees for alcohol liquor suppliers. Continuing on page 6, we get into 124201, and this governs retail liquor licensees. So the first change I'll note is on lines 14 and 15. The current law provides for the issuance of malt beverage permits in unincorporated areas of the county. And existing law provides that malt beverage permits may be issued for county locations beyond a 5-mile zone around incorporated cities and towns without regard to population. And so that geographic limitation, that 5-mile limit, is removed. So this would provide malt beverage permits may be issued for county locations without regard to population. Next, down at the bottom, page 6 and on to page 7, a subsection K is created, and I reference this in answering a question of Senator Scott's. And so this provides retail liquor licensees with the ability to ship wine directly to households in Wyoming. And this has the existing limitation on wineries of only being able to ship 36 liters of wine to one household in any 12-month period. So that's attempting to maintain consistency with existing law. The language at the top of page 7, the 21 years, what the box has to show on it, those are in conformance with existing law as well. On to page 8, 124403 is amended, and this governs resort liquor licenses. And this provision includes limitations on transferring these licensees, and that language is removed from this. On page 9, the 124411 amendment, this is a conforming amendment to the elimination of that 5-mile geographic boundary for county malt beverage licenses, which I discussed before. And then down at the bottom of page 9, 124412 is amended, and you can see on page 10, there's an addition on lines 1 through 8. And what this language does is it expands where a microbrewery can serve their beer. And so it could now include a fenced or enclosed area immediately adjacent to the licensed brewery site as approved by the local licensing authority. So under current law, it's just the brewing site. This would expand it to a fenced or enclosed area immediately adjacent to the brewing site. And
just real quickly, Ted, let me interrupt and just ask, since we've gone through several pages, it might be good to ask at this point, are we good to go, committee? Any questions thus far? Senator Schuler, and then we'll come back to page 10, okay?
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Just a quick question. This is just mainly for my benefit. Could someone either, I don't know, the liquor division or whomever, clarify the difference between the Class B and the Class A license for me? Thank you very much.
Mr. Montoya, would you like to handle that one, or?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Schuler, yes, absolutely. A number of years ago, we had very few licensed industry reps. Industry term would be brokers. These are the people that go from retailer to retailer and they promote spirits and wines, and they do consumer tastings and retailer tastings and, you know, show retailers how to sell their product in hopes that they'll buy their product. Well, business has expanded over the years. And one of the requirements that we have in law and have had in law forever is that we had to have a letter from the supplier. And that supplier stating that that person could broker their products in the state of Wyoming. Well, we ended up having so many brokers, our file drawers were getting full. And so we asked the legislature if we could redo the licensing process for the brokers so that we would only have a letter requirement for the A representatives. And now there's over 60, I believe. And then those are considered the state managers. And then the B reps, they can represent that product as well, but they work for the AREPs. But we don't have to have a letter for every company, because now these industry reps, they could rep hundreds of companies. And then we end up with thousands and thousands of letters in our files. So it was a lot easier for us just to license a state manager. That's the person that we contact when we're doing business with that company. That's the AREP will set the listing meetings with our purchasing department when we're looking to list new products. That's the reason for that. It was really just to ease the processes and less paperwork at the division.
Senator Schuler, any follow-up?
No, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. Montoya. Anything else? Senator Case.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question about the resort liquor license on page 8. And just so you know, Mr. Chairman, I do hold a resort liquor license, so I'm interested in this language. So, Mr. Chairman, this has been kind of a loose thing. In fact, there was a resort up in Teton County where used to be the law required you have 100 hotel rooms, a food service, and a full-time restaurant to get one of these licenses. And I'm sure that some of that's still in there. There was a place in Teton County where there were two, neither hotel had 100 rooms, but they were able to put them together, and they were very scenic on top of a mountain. And they had 2 different bars, and they all worked it out, and they were able to get a resort liquor license and share it in between them. It's very common for these facilities to have, maybe a situation where the liquor is sold by a lessee, the hotel rooms and the restaurant might be someone else, or there might be 3 different owners, one of which holds the liquor license but ascertains to the other things in the law. And I'm trying to figure out what this new language does, Mr. Chairman. It sounds like the old language allowed for pretty broad contracting, because it says no transfer of a resort liquor license shall be required when the license is used by a person with whom the licensee has contracted or subcontracted. It doesn't seem to limit anything about who has what, who has the license, who does the restaurant. That doesn't seem to limit anything out there. But the new language, it seems that the contractor can only be for food, maybe food and beverage on the license. But I'm just trying to understand what this change is, Mr. Chairman. And I'm going to have a conflict on this bill, obviously, but I'd appreciate them clearing it up.
So maybe, Senator Case, you can maybe help me out before we go to those who can help answer your question. My question along with yours would be, tell me what the advantage is to a resort liquor license versus anything else. Is it easier to get? Does it give you further
Mr. Chairman,
benefit?
I'm not sure there is any advantage anymore. I think it's become so watered down, it doesn't even count. But it used to be that despite the population rules in an area, if you built a facility that had more than 100 hotel rooms, had a bar and restaurant and convention facilities, you qualified for one of these licenses. That's why I built a place the size I did. I wanted to make sure I went over 100 hotel rooms, and it got around the population controls. Really, the resort liquor license, Mr. Chairman, can do anything that any other liquor license can, except for you cannot have packaged liquor. And yet there's this weird situation where you can deliver packaged liquor to the hotel rooms, and those people can take it home after that if they want to. But anyway, it's kind of a strange law, and that is the thinking behind it, Mr. Chairman.
Well, thank you. And just for the record, I have sat at your establishment and the beer is cold. So, I guess, Mr. Moser, would you be willing to jump in there, or somebody at the table over at the liquor division? What say you about these resort liquor licenses?
Mr. Chairman, I would defer to Mr. Montoya, who's much more well-versed on these than I am.
Mr. Montoya?
Mr. Chairman, what this does on page 8, starting on line 14, it really just says that you can transfer a resort liquor license. There was a restriction, but it was really unnecessary language because they're not restricted via a population formula. Now, resort licenses a number of years ago came to the legislature and asked if they could contract the F&B, meaning the food and beverage, because usually these are bigger places within Wyoming. And we don't have a huge number of them, but we do have a number of them. And usually you have a company that will operate the hotel, they'll do the services, they'll do the maintenance, they'll do the whatever it goes in with hotel. But they want to hire somebody that is contracted to do the F&B, the food and beverage side. Those are the people that would hold, that be responsible to hold the liquor license. The resort owner is still ultimately responsible for everything. But that's really the main difference for that is what this does. The resort licenses, as far as differences, Senator Case was absolutely correct. They can do pretty much what a full retail license does, except sell package. But one big difference is that a resort license can dispense. And dispense means anything that a bartender would do, mixing and selling drinks, that kind of thing, from any location within the premises. So for instance, if Senator Case wanted to have a fundraiser during the summer in his parking lot, he could do that and he wouldn't have to get additional permits. That's why you'll see oftentimes golf resorts and stuff like that, so that they can sell in all the different locations within a golf course, or ski resorts for the same reason. So they can, have a bar at the top of the mountain if they want to do, or something like that. But that's the big difference between the resort and a full retail license.
Okay, further questions, Committee?
Just one follow-up.
Yes, go ahead.
So, Mr. Chairman, would a resort license be able to do the delivery service anticipated in the other?
I don't know that I don't see a restriction specifically. Mr. Moser? Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Montoya.
They would not. That's delineated to those who could only sell package. And that's why we put in those licensees that are allowed to sell package. Resort licenses, that's the one restriction that they have, is they are prohibited from selling package.
And Mr. Chairman, they can already deliver anywhere within their contiguous boundaries. So they can deliver there, they just can't deliver off-site because they don't have a full retail license.
So, Mr. Chairman, the senator could bring me a gin and tonic late in the evening sometime.
By the pool.
Is that right?
You got it.
All right. Any other questions, Committee? Senator Scott, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, just serving notice that when the time comes, I'll have a simple amendment on page 7 to conform with the drafting standards.
Understood. Any other questions, Committee? Mr. Chairman, did you get through public testimony on this?
Mr. Chairman, we left off at staff comment at the bottom of page 10. So Mr. Hewitt, I think, can pick that right back up.
Yeah, let's rock and roll. Mr. Hewitt, go ahead.
And Mr. Chairman, before getting to the staff comment, I just want to note the language at the top of page 10 is in conflict with the other bill. 21 LSO 41 amends 12.4.412. This amends 12.4.412 as well. So the committee can decide how it would like to proceed on that conflict. Continuing on to page 11, 12.4.502 is amended, and this concerns 24-hour malt beverage permits and catering permits. You can see language down on page 11, lines 23 and 24, and on page 12, lines 12 and 13, provides that these permits shall not be used to operate a continuing business. The staff comment above just notes that the committee may wish to further clarify what constitutes a continuing business. On page 13, 12.4.504 is amended, and this governs special malt beverage permits for public auditoriums. The language on lines 13 through 17 provides that licensing authorities shall establish an appropriate fee for this permit. They shall specify the duration of the permit and where malt beverages may be sold and consumed under the permit. Continuing on page 14, the language at the top is really conforming amendments for the removal of that 5-mile zone language for the county malt beverage permits. 124604 is a cleanup amendment. 125201F is amended, and this consolidates the requirements for where beverages can be served on golf clubs and by restaurant liquor licensees and club limited retail liquor licensees. And then continuing on to page 16, we get to a set of repealers. Most of these are conforming amendments for the remainder of the bill. I will point out two to you specifically. The first one, lines 13 through 18 on page 16, repeals, you can see the language for 124103B, and that is repealed by section 3. And that section provides basically a one-person, one license limit. No licensing authority shall issue more than one license or permit to any one person. This has quite a lot of exceptions in Title 12. There are a lot of references to it. So by repealing this, there are a lot of things that need to change in Title 12. That makes this bill draft quite a bit different than 41. And this repeal, the repeal of 124103B, is really a linchpin for the committee in terms of deciding how you'd like to proceed. If you'd like to get rid of it, that's certainly the committee's prerogative. The drafts can be formed so that all the conforming amendments are made. If you'd like to keep it, that's also certainly workable to proceed with drafting. But whether or not you'd like to repeal that subsection or not is a significant decision for the two bills. And then down at the bottom, page 7, you can see the language for 124504 that repeals the malt beverage permit for the annual state fair. And everything else in the repealer that I see are kind of conforming amendments with other provisions of the bill. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions for LSO? Seeing none. Perfect. Thank you very much, Mr. Hewitt. Appreciate it. Oh, Senator Scott, go ahead.
Chairman, there's a provision in here at the top of page 10 that was said to be in conflict with the other bill. What is the nature of that conflict? I didn't catch it.
Go ahead, Mr. Hewitt.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Scott, the addition at the top of page 10 in 181 expands where microbreweries can serve beverages and where folks can consume beverages on the premises of a microbrewery. So it amends 124412 to do that. In 21 LSO 41, 124412 is recreated, and that recreation happens starting on page 21. And that repeal and recreate doesn't include this new language in 181 to expand where beverages can be consumed on the premises of a microbrewery. Does that answer the question?
Senator Scott?
Mr. Chairman, then if we were to pass them separately, what we've done in 41 doesn't preclude a subsequent enactment in 181 that expands it, but we'd have to conform it so it does it the same way.
What's your thoughts on that, Mr. Hewitt?
My thoughts, Mr. Chairman, as a person who has to track conflicts during the session, it would be wonderful if the committee sorted that out right now rather than in the session.
Fair enough. Okay. Other comments or questions for staff? Representative Clausen, go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Hewitt, the 12405, page 17, line 39. So the special permit for the annual state fair, that would be covered under somewhere else. That's why it's repealed, just making certain.
Mr. Hewitt, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Representative, that's my assumption, but I don't know the precise rationale for it.
Do we want to go to Mr. Mosier on that?
Probably.
Mr. Mosier, if you could.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, the state fair language is redundant now because we've created a year-round permit that would work the same way, so we just got rid of it.
Any other questions, committee? Seeing none. I'm going to go to the liquor division, or Mr. Mosier, do you have anything else you'd like to add to the draft before we work it?
Mr. Chairman, this is Tom Montoya.
Go ahead.
I know that Ted Hewitt, who did a really good job. I do praise him on that. But on page 10 at the top there, what this does, it allows microbreweries to dispense, not just serve, but to dispense. In current law today, they're allowed to serve, okay, if approved by the local licensing authority. As a matter of fact, a bill came up 3 or 4 years ago in the legislature by a couple of microbreweries that wanted to do this. And then you asked us to do some business-friendly things. And this is one of the things that we thought of. There are a lot of microbreweries across the state that really have small buildings that they're in. I can think of a couple in Cheyenne. They're very nice places. They have very good beer, but they're just very small. So what they've done is they have enclosed areas in their backyard. And so during the nice weather months, they have pretty good crowds out there. But they're not allowed. They can have a bartender out there on the patio or the backyard or something like that. And that's what that does. So it really kind of enhances what 141 does.
Okay. Any other questions, committee? Seeing none. All right, Mr. Moser, Mr. Montoya, anything else out of you guys?
Mr. Chairman, I just thank you, Ted. You did a great job, and we support this stuff. As Tom mentioned at the top, or Mr. Montoya mentioned top, page 10. I think since all it does is an enhancement, I'm hoping that Mr. Hewitt, with his really excellent wordsmithing abilities, could just incorporate those two pieces in the different bills together. And I don't know whether it needs to be substantially changed, but just married if the two bills are combined, and we're happy to work with him on that. Thank you.
Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, question on that is the intent. Then I'm beginning to think we need two bills here, because I think there are a few things in the 181 that might cause some separate trouble on passage. And my question for Mr. Mosier is, in that case, should we take the language from 181 on page 10 and put identical language in the appropriate place in draft 41? So it'd be in both places,
Mr. Chairman, Senator Scott, that's an excellent idea to mirror that language, and then that way if one dies, the other one moves forward. And I would have to ask if Mr. Hewitt thinks that's good, but I think that's an excellent idea, sir.
Mr. Hewitt.
Mr. Chairman, you certainly could proceed that way with identical language in both bills. That may lead to a situation where, it's amended slightly one way in one bill and slightly another in another bill. So it sets up a potential conflict, but there's nothing precluding you from moving forward in that way.
Okay. Senator Scott, you good with that?
Mr. Chairman, yes, I am. And I think we do need to have a discussion. Do we have one bill or two bills here? And I'm beginning to think two bills is the better approach.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and go to public comment at this time. Any public comment? I know we've got some people still waiting in the room. I just saw Ms. Pollock's screen pop up. Ms. Pollock, do you have public testimony on this one?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members. I just wanted to push back on one notion that came up in the delivery conversation, and that's that somehow FedEx and UPS as common carriers are inherently less capable of delivering alcohol safely than some sort of private carrier like Uber Eats or Grubhub, et cetera. I'm not suggesting that be changed for this bill, but it just is sort of a foreshadowing for the next. I think these companies are the most sophisticated logistics and tracking companies in the world. So when they deliver, you would have things like ID scans, tracking numbers, signatures. I've got a special delivery instruction sticker right here that goes on every FedEx shipment for alcohol that is required to show up on multiple sides of the package. That indicates it can't be delivered to somebody under 21, can't be delivered to an intoxicated person. So, and I think the fact that those companies do take on some of the liability for that package actually indicates that they would be extra careful to not break any laws and deliver to people they aren't supposed to deliver to. So not suggesting that as a change for delivery, but just suggesting that we should get rid of the notion that somehow those companies are less capable of delivering alcohol safely than third party private carriers like Uber, et cetera.
Okay. Any questions for Ms. Pollock?
Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Duncan, or Representative Duncan, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Pollock, since you brought this up, quick question. Do we have Uber Eats, Grubhub, any of those third-party deliveries in the state of Wyoming?
I don't think we have Uber Eats, but here in Casper, we do have Grubhub. We've got DoorDash, which is a very similar concept. We do have Uber, and I think that means the groundwork is laid for Uber Eats or something like that to come up. What we don't have here is a service like Drizzly or something like that, which is a third party specifically geared towards delivery of alcohol from retail outlets. So I haven't seen any of that activity. I do think maybe Jackson has some of that going on and that sort of thing, but we do have a few of those carriers here in Casper at least.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, that's a good question. I mean, the reality is my little town, we have none of those things.
No, we don't.
So if we were to limit it to specifically one of these types of organizations, that ain't gonna happen. And Sundance are up, then that's a tough deal. Any other questions for Ms. Pollock? Not seeing any. Thank you, Ms. Pollock. Appreciate your testimony. Any other public testimony on this piece of legislation? Mr. Rudd, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, and members. My name is Tyler Rudd with the Wine Institute. I just wanted to add that we have been supporting the delivery of alcohol from restaurants and retailers throughout the country, and I support the efforts here. There is a difference between delivering alcohol with Uber Eats, DoorDash, et cetera, than common carriers. But other states have implemented certain rules. For example, the consumer delivery permit, where delivery drivers have to obtain a permit through the regulatory agency and take a class or two based on that, just to throw out ideas to make it as safe as possible for those delivering and for the restaurants and retailers that have the alcohol that is being delivered, and for the consumers themselves to obtain the alcohol in a legal and responsible way.
Mr.
I'd like to add, but thank you. This is actually my first time to testify over Zoom, and in Wyoming. So I hope you accept any apologies for interrupting previously.
No, you're fine. You're fine. Mr. Rudd, in regards to the current delivery being done by the entities that you represent, are those deliveries being done by common carriers such as UPS and FedEx, what have you?
I'm sorry, yes, if the question is, sorry, Mr. Chairman, if the question is who's doing the delivering of the direct shipment of wine, it is by FedEx and UPS, and there are a handful of smaller ones that actually do it as well, particularly out of Oregon. Now, most of the California Wine Institute members use FedEx and UPS.
Perfect. All right, any questions for Mr. Rudd? Not seeing any. Thank you very much, Mr. Rudd. Any other public testimony? Anybody in the audience want to jump in on this one? No. All right, I'm not seeing any other public testimony. I'm going to go ahead and Senator Scott, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I was ready to make a motion.
Yeah, I was just fixing to close public testimony. You're way ahead of me. So committee, we're going to close public testimony and handle these first two bills. The last bill seems to be a little bit spicier, so we'll handle that at that time. All right, Senator Scott, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I would move that we introduce 21 LSO 0041 as a committee bill in the general session and make that motion with the reservation that if we also approve the 0181 draft, that then a further motion to combine the two would be in order.
Is there a second? Second by Senator Nethercott. Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, let me handle, I've got several amendments. First, on page 26, if you, do you care about the order of the amendments, Mr. Chairman?
Nope. Run the ball.
Where'd go?
Mr. Chairman, on page 26.
On the first, on 41.
Yeah, on 41, yeah.
Go ahead, Senator Scott.
On page 26, on line 6, after 12.4.409, insert the word and. After 12.4.410F, delete and 12.9.102AIXD. Mr. Chairman, what this does is delete the.
Senator Scott, I got to have a second before your explanation. Second by Senator Nethercott. Now you can go ahead, Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, what it does is that deletes the provision that's the text of which is shown in the last page that is causing the concern over the malt beverage franchise provision. I happen to think that provision ought to be repealed, but it is clearly controversial, and this bill is designed to be non-controversial and clean up a bunch of things that are just problems that don't do any good and won't be controversial, and I don't want to jeopardize it with something that is controversial, even though I think it ought to be done. So, Mr. Chairman, that's the motion and that's the reason.
Senator Case, you had a comment?
Sitting on my hands, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Any other comments or questions, committee, on the deletion of the repealer? I'm not seeing anyone. All those in favor, please raise your hand in front of your camera. All right. All those opposed, please raise your hand. Okay, that amendment carries. Next amendment, Senator Scott. Senator Scott, go ahead.
I keep forgetting this unmute, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I would move that we take the language from 181 on page 10 and put it in the appropriate place in Bill 41, which I believe was on page 21, was it not? But put identical language in both bills on that provision.
Is there a second? Second by Chairman Landon. Mr. Hewitt, do you understand the amendment? Committee, any questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please raise your hand in front of the camera. All those opposed, raise your hand in front of the camera. Amendment carries. Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, there is a staff comment on page 12.
I'm guessing we're still on 41.
Yeah, on 41. And I've only moved 41 at this point, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, the staff comment essentially is suggesting we need to have the in-state and the out-of-state language comparable. They have the appropriate language listed in the staff comment. I would move we adopt that into this bill.
Is there a second? Is there a second? Second by Chairman Landon. I would like to note, members, that we did take testimony, though, that the 12 cases situation could be problematic just based on the fact that wine isn't necessarily sold in cases anymore. Senator Scott, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, yes, but I think that is something that should be dealt with separately. The suggestion was to do it in liters, which would be 108 liters for the whole year. That's a separate issue. Let's get this comparable and then we can deal with the other one.
Okay, fair enough. Any other comments or questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, I think if we don't follow the recommendations of the staff comment here, we're asking for trouble over an improper regulation of interstate commerce that discriminates against the out-of-state people. So I do think it's a necessary thing to do.
Any comments or questions? Seeing none, all those members in favor of the proposed amendment, please raise your hand in front of your camera. All those opposed, raise your hand in front of the camera. Amendment is carried. Okay, Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not quite sure that I think the point that it ought to be just in liters rather than cases is probably well taken. And I would seek advice from Mr. Montoya as to exactly how to do that. We could do it as an annual limit, and my math is it's 108 liters is what we've done effectively. Or you could say no more than 9 liters per month. What's the best way to handle that?
Mr. Montoya, would the preference of the Wyoming Liquor Division be for it just to read up to a total of 108 liters?
Mr. Chairman, it would. Current law just says a total of 36. And if we could make it a total of 108, which would be the equivalent of 12 cases, again, because, that's how we do our tax reporting. That's how we figure the profit. But now there's also so many different types of products coming in kegs, ready to drink cans, bottles, and boxes. So it would be a lot simpler for us on the accounting side.
Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, question from Mr. Montoya. Would that give you trouble if somebody does 108 liters all at once? Would there be difficulty policing that as opposed to policing a monthly thing? Or is just saying 108 the simple way?
Mr. Montoya, you wouldn't want to police that, would you?
Mr. Chairman, no, I wouldn't, sir. And for Senator Scott, no, that would give us no problems whatsoever, sir.
Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, so move.
Perfect. Mr. Hewitt, do you understand the motion?
Mr. Chairman, I do. So the change will be made on page 6 and within the language on the staff comment on page 12.
That's correct. And there was a second by Senator Scott, you're good to go.
Mr. Chairman, And that, Mr. Chairman, and that would apply anywhere else in this bill that, I think those are the only two things, but if we find a third place, we do it consistently throughout. And it would apply, I think, to the amendment we just put in.
Fair. Okay. Any comments or questions on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of the proposed amendment, please raise your hand in front of your camera. All those opposed, please raise your hand in front of your camera. Amendment carries. Senator Scott, got any more?
Mr. Chairman, question on the bill.
But, committee, is there any comments, discussion on the proposed legislation?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to register a conflict.
Okay, Senator Case has registered a conflict.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah, Representative Duncan, go ahead.
are we still on both bills or just the one?
Just the one, just the first one.
41?
That's correct.
Thank you.
All right. Seeing no other comments or question, Mr. Hewitt, are we good to go? Can we call the roll?
We'll do Senator Case as a conflict, Senator Nethercott,
Aye.
Senator Schuler,
Aye.
Senator Scott,
Aye.
Representative Blackburn.
You're muted, Representative Blackburn. Representative Blackburn, you're muted. He's still looking down. I don't think he can hear us. We'll come back to him.
Representative, you can do a thumbs up or a thumbs down.
I think he's on the phone.
Yeah, I don't think he can hear us.
Okay.
He's muted right now.
Let's get the sound off.
Representative Clausen.
Aye.
Representative Clem.
No.
Representative Clifford.
She gets a thumbs up.
I record an aye. Representative Duncan.
Aye.
Representative Ayer.
Aye.
Representative Furphy.
Aye.
Co-Chairman Landon.
Aye.
Chairman Lindholm.
Aye. Let me get a
Motion
hold
is
of
adopted.
it. Representative Blackburn, can you hear us yet? Jim Blackburn. All right. So I guess there's that. We're going to call him absent on that vote because according to joint rules, that does record as an aye vote versus an excused as a no. So hopefully he's in favor of it. Mr. Co-Chairman, go ahead.
Mr. Co-Chairman, I would move LSO 185, working draft point 6.
Is there a second? Or you mean 181? Is that correct, Mr. Co-Chairman? Because I am really sure you don't want to move 185 right now.
I jumped ahead of you, Mr. Chairman. 181, I'm sorry.
There's a bunch of net metering folks that just had a kitten over that motion. All right, and we had a second out of Senator Schuler. All right, Senator Scott, go ahead, sir.
Mr. Chairman, is that motion with the reservation that we can, if we pass this one, we can then move, if we want to combine the two bills?
Yes. The way I understood that, is that correct, Co-Chairman? He says yes.
Mr. Chairman, I think that it's appropriate for us to work this bill, and then I think we can have a motion if we favor the bill.
Fair enough. Amendments. Any amendments, committee? Representative Duncan.
Mr. Chairman.
Nope, I got Representative Duncan. You're gonna have to wait, Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, page 3. I'd like to delete lines, the portion about the third-party shipping.
So that would be on line 16
through 18.
So no delivery conducted under this.
No delivery.
Gotcha. Is there a second on the motion? Second by Representative Ayer. Any discussion on that motion, committee? And the way I understand this, Representative Duncan, is this would effectively make it so common carriers could do this delivery also because they're essentially already doing it for.
Correct.
And this bill also lays out that they have to be tips trained also, is that correct?
Correct.
Gotcha.
And my whole thought process is that after asking a couple questions, it's with the language in there, it's heavily favored to the larger municipalities in our state versus the small communities of yours and mine. And we don't get to participate, whereas the larger towns and cities can.
Okay, any questions? Representative Blackburn, I see that maybe you can hear us now, is that correct? Oh, you're muted. You were muted. It looks like you're talking, Representative.
I can always hear you, my man.
You missed your vote, by the way.
Mr. Chairman, he's back.
He's back. We voted for you, though. I called you absent, which records as an I vote, so hopefully that's okay.
That's why I have you young people on my side.
All right. Any comments or questions in regards to the proposed amendment, committee? Question being called on the amendment. All those in favor, please raise your hand in front of the camera. All those against, raise your hand in front of the camera. Motion is carried. The amendment is adopted. Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, sir.
on page 7, line 13, delete such and insert the.
For those, okay, is there a second on that? I got to know.
Oh, absolutely. I'll second that.
Yeah, second by Senator Gay. So that is a bone of contention for Senator Scott, has been from day one, and I'm so glad this happened at my last committee meeting that he found a such and got to get rid of it. So that's pretty great.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, go ahead, Senator Scott.
There will be more such amendments following.
That's fantastic.
Mr. Chairman, it is important that we enforce our bill drafting standards because one of the things that have made our legislation here in Wyoming much more understandable, and this is part of it.
I'm with you, Senator Scott. I do wholeheartedly support the amendment, and I don't know that anything could have made me happier than seeing that amendment float. Question being called on the amendment. All those in favor, please raise your hand in front of your camera. All those opposed, please raise your hand in front of the camera. I was really hoping to get a no out of Representative Clem there. I'm watching you. Motion is adopted. Amendment is carried.
Mr. Chairman, did you note that there was a no vote on the desuchify?
I did not.
I believe there was one no vote, just so you're aware of that.
That's fantastic.
It was a senator.
It was one of those senators from down there in the capital city.
Rebels without a cause, every one of them.
Moving to Casper.
Such things will happen. All right, Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, I think that's the on page 6, Mr. Chairman, we've got a different standard for retail liquor license people shipping wine. We've got it at 36 liters instead of 108 for everybody else. Mr. Chairman, I'll move to conform that to the 108 standard we've set for everybody else.
Is there a second by Representative Duncan? I believe I heard it off to my right. Any comments or questions in regards to the conforming between the two pieces of legislation on delivery of wine? Question being called on the amendment. All those in favor, please raise your hand in front of your camera. All those opposed, raise your hand in front of the camera. The motion carries. The amendment is adopted. Any other amendments, committee? Any other amendments? Question being called on the bill. So what we're going to do, committee, is we'll do a roll call on this, and then we'll entertain a motion afterwards about possibly combining those. And you can make that decision at that time. Mr. Hewitt, please call the roll.
I'm going to be a conflict again, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, Senator Case is a conflict.
Senator Nethercott.
Aye.
Senator Schuler.
Aye.
Senator Scott.
Aye.
Representative Blackburn.
Aye.
Representative Clausen.
Aye.
Representative Clem.
No.
Representative Clifford.
Aye.
Representative Duncan,
Aye.
Representative Ayer,
Aye.
Representative Furphy,
Aye.
Co-Chairman Landon,
Aye.
Chairman Lindholm.
Aye.
Motion is adopted.
All right. Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, let somebody else make the motion. I have some reservations.
Committee members, would anyone like to entertain making the motion to have our LSO combine this into one bill draft instead of having multiple bill drafts? It's effectively dealing with the same portion of law. This will make your job a little bit easier on the floor, is my suspicion, as far as being able to sell it versus having back-to-back bills dealing with the same subject. I got a motion by Representative Duncan. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Representative Jim Blackburn, who showed back up in committee. Any discussion? Senator Scott, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, my only reservation here is really having to do with the business of the repeal of the requirement that a licensing authority shall not issue more than one license or permit to any one person. I think getting rid of that's a good idea, but I don't know whether that provision would be controversial or not. I think that's a major, it turns on that. If you think that's non-controversial, then it's safe to merge them. If you think that might be controversial, then it might not be.
I guess my opinion on that situation is folks are already working around that with LLCs of different flavors. Senator Nethercott, is that accurate as an attorney? Do you have clients possibly that may or may not own multiple LLCs for purposes?
I can neither confirm nor deny.
Perfect. So there's that. Mr. Co-Chairman, go ahead.
Mr. Co-Chairman, I think that Senator Scott's landed where you and I did prior to the meeting, which was, that's why we presented these bills, or had two of them drafted. But I think that combining these bills is going to be fine. I think it's a little more of a lift on the floor, but it does pertain to the same area of law, and it probably makes sense to knock it out in one bill.
Okay. Any other comments or questions, committee?
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, yeah, Representative Duncan, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I remember that the testimony from the Liquor Division and Mr. Mosier both, that they were okay with combining these two bills. So I think if it was an issue, they would have probably brought it up and advised us not to. So going on that, that's where my motion comes from.
Senator Scott, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, if we pass the motion, I'm going to suggest that should authorize LSO to consult with the chairman and resolve any conflicts that we haven't resolved already if they appear between the two bills.
Is the bringer of the motion accepting of that?
Yes, sir.
And the second?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Hewitt, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just one question on the repeal of 124103B. 181 assumes it gets repealed. 0041 assumes it stays in. Which way does the committee want to go with this? I guess I'm taking that 181 should prevail because that's being done second, I guess, and takes precedence that way. But I seek your clarification on that point.
Senator Scott, you're the one that brought the motion to put that back in. Go ahead.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, that's the one that relates to the malt beverage distribution areas. Is that right?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Scott, this is the provision that you referenced, that no licensing authority shall issue more than one license or permit to any one person.
Senator Scott.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, with that understanding, I would hope that provision would be in the combined bill.
Mr. Hewitt?
The repeal should be in the combined bill, or
No.
the.
Mr. Hewitt, he's saying that provision should stay in law because there was a specific motion adopted by the committee to put that back into law versus having that as a repeal.
No. Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, what I'm saying is the one with regard to the malt beverage territories should be in the combined bill, and the repeal of the 124103B should be in the combined bill.
Yep. We're on the same page. Any other comments or questions, committee? Mr. Hewitt, are we square?
We are, Mr. Chairman.
Perfect. All right, seeing no other comments or questions, Mr. Hewitt, we've already had a roll call on both votes, but we're going to go and do a hand raise vote in regards to the smashing together of two different bills. All those in favor, please raise your hand in front of the camera. All those opposed? Motion carries. You know what? Representative Ayer, I totally forgot to go to you. What's the, was it answered?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. All right, committee, that 2 out of the 3 are out of the way. Now let's get controversial. We're going to go into 21 LSO 185, and I believe Mr. Hewitt, did you want to present this, or are we going to have Ms. Pollack present this?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, Elliot Browning will present this one.
Oh, pardon me. And for those that don't know, Mr. Elliot Browning is brand new to the LSO here at the state of Wyoming, and so really appreciate him charging in. Is this your first bill presentation in front of a committee?
This is the #1 bill presentation. Hopefully I do okay.
Oh, perfect. All right, let her buck.
Sounds good. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I'll be presenting today 21 LSO 185, titled Liquor Manufacturer Regulation. As you'll recall, at the last meeting, committee heard testimony from a handful of craft distilleries or liquor manufacturers. And in response to that testimony, the committee directed the LSO to draft a bill which, 1, allows liquor manufacturers to sell at 2 satellite locations as opposed to 1, and 2, allows liquor manufacturers to sell directly to consumers and ship, or rather, I should say, to ship directly to households. Before I dive into the specific provisions of the bill, I wanted to provide sort of an overview of how it's structured. So the first section of the bill is what grants authority to out-of-state shippers to ship into the state of Wyoming. This is the Commerce Clause constitutional issue that's been discussed in a couple other contexts today. The second section of the bill is what allows liquor manufacturers to sell at 2 satellite locations as opposed to 1. And then finally, the third section of the bill is what allows in-state liquor manufacturers to sell directly to households within the state. So with that, I will get started. Starting on page 2, subsection A this is the provision that grants out-of-state shippers of liquor to ship to households within the state. Subsection B is what outlines the application requirements for out-of-state shippers. They have to apply to division. They have to pay a license fee of $50. Moving on to page 3, they must provide a copy of their current liquor license from their state of domicile. They must provide any other information the liquor division requires, and they must obtain a license. So moving on to subsection C, this is what imposes the restrictions on out-of-state shippers. And as you'll see in paragraph I below that, this is where we've had similar discussions related to wine today. This is where the committee will need to decide the threshold shipping limit, how much liquor will be allowed to be shipped to households, as well as the threshold limit for listing with the division. And if you move forward to page 4, you'll see I included in a staff comment both the existing 36-liter limit for wine, and then the amended limit that you just discussed, which I believe is 108 liters equivalents. Those are I just included those there as reference points for you in making this decision. So moving on to paragraph 3, these out-of-state shippers can only ship to folks who are 21 years of age. They must ensure that all shipping containers are conspicuously labeled, that it contains alcohol, and then an adult signature is required. Moving on to page 5, Romanet 4 requires that all shipments made pursuant to this section are made by a duly licensed carrier. And then Romanet 5, this establishes the tax rate for out-of-state shippers at 17.6%. And as you'll see in the staffing comment, I included below this, this section was modeled off of the section which allows out-of-state shippers of wine to ship in the state. And that includes a tax rate of 12%. But in consultation with the liquor division, they expressed concern with that rate, that it was anomalous with the rest of their tax regime. So that's why I've included the 17.6% rate in here. Moving on to page 6. Romanet 6, out-of-state shippers are required to maintain records for the liquor division's inspection. Romanet 7, any out-of-state shipper has been deemed consented to our personal jurisdiction and the authority of the division. Down at the bottom of page 6, subsection D is what requires out-of-state shippers to annually renew their license. And then moving on to page 7, up at the top of page 7, subsection E is what provides the penalties for anyone who violates that section. And with that, that concludes the first section of this bill, which allows out-of-state shippers to ship into the state. And I would be happy to answer any questions there if you feel like that would be appropriate now, or I could continue forward and just get through the bill and stand for questions at the end.
We've got plenty of questions lined up. We're going to go to Representative Air first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Downing, back on page 2 where you talk about they have to have a current liquor license or state of domicile. Are all state liquor licenses roughly equivalent to, or relatively the same? Or they're all over the board?
Mr. Browning, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with the liquor regimes in every state. I know our research analyst, Ms. Creech, did some looking into the different types of regimes that are used by state, and perhaps she could provide some insight to that, or perhaps Mr. Montoya from the liquor division might be able to answer that one.
Mr. Montoya, do you want to jump in on that?
Mr. Chairman, yeah, I have no problem with that. There are all kinds of licenses out there. You know, importers are going to have, and some of your wholesalers are going to have federal basic permits issued by the TTB. Some of the retailers are going to have licenses issued either by a local community or the state. That's why we ask for the various kinds of licenses. The issue is we want to make sure that they're regulated in their own state. And so that's the reason why we ask for, their licenses where they actually reside.
Representative Air. Okay. Senator Scott, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, when we're allowing these out-of-state people to sell in Wyoming, is that regardless of whether their home state permits Wyoming manufacturers to sell in their state? Or do we need to add that as a provided provision?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Scott, as the bill is currently drafted, it does not include that provision, but that is certainly something we could include if the committee so desired.
Yep, go ahead, Senator Scott, follow up.
Mr. Chairman, would that that wouldn't raise any interstate commerce issues, constitutional issues, would it?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Scott, off the top of my head, I don't think it would because the regimes would be equal from state to state, but I would obviously look into that issue were the committee to decide to move in that direction.
Any other follow-up, Senator Scott? Seeing none. Any other questions for Mr. Browning before Mr. Montoya wants to jump in?
Mr. Chairman, there are no reciprocity agreements right now. We have about 1,100 licensees that are allowed to ship wine in the state of Wyoming, but there are no reciprocity agreements with any of those states as far as selling any Wyoming wine back in their states.
Feels like we should just pass a law that says we do what we want. But I'm getting the votes for that. All right, Mr. Browning, please continue.
Sure thing. So, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, now I'll be moving on to the section which allows liquor manufacturers to sell at 2 satellite locations. So just to call your attention to where I'm at, I'm on page 7, looking at subsection G and paragraph I below it. This is a fairly simple amendment. As you'll see, it just changes the 1 location that they were currently allowed to sell at to 2. Moving on to the next page, you'll see a staff comment at the bottom of page 8, and that's because in the context of this amendment, the committee directed the LSO to either 1, allow liquor manufacturers to sell at 2 satellite locations, or in the alternative, sell at 1 satellite location and their manufacturing site. Now, as the bill is currently drafted, switching or allowing liquor manufacturers to sell at 2 satellite locations gives them the discretion to sell at 1 satellite location and their manufacturing site. However, if the committee so desired, they could choose to follow the amendment that's included in the staff comment on page 8 and 9, which makes it explicit that it is only 1 satellite location and their manufacturing site that they can sell at. And I would also note that this the approach included in this staff comment would also require a conforming amendment to a tax provision at the end of this bill draft. So moving, I guess, if there are any questions on the satellite location provisions, I could address those now, or I'd be happy to continue otherwise.
Any questions right now, committee? Seeing none, please continue, Mr. Browning.
All right, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, at the bottom of page 9, section H, what this provision does is it includes the provisions I'm about to describe in the definitions section of the liquor manufacturer statute. So moving on to page 10, section J, or subsection J at the top of page 10, this is the provision that allows in-state liquor manufacturers to ship directly to households within the state. And then moving on to the paragraphs below subsection J, these are the same restrictions that are being imposed on the out-of-state shippers who'd like to ship in. So as you'll see in paragraph 1 and 2, you'll have the opportunity to set both the individual household shipping limit as well as the threshold limit for listing with the division. And as I've noted in the staff comment, it would constitutionally it'd be beneficial to have those 2 limits be the same for the in-state and the out-of-state shippers. Moving on to page 11. Again, these are the same restrictions that are imposed on out-of-state shippers. So you'll see in with Romanet 3, you can only ship to someone who's at least 21 years of age. Romanet 4, they must be conspicuously labeled. Romanet 5, they must be made by a common carrier. Romanet 6, this provision is distinct from the out-of-state shippers. In addition to allowing our Wyoming distilleries to ship to households within Wyoming, this section also authorizes them to ship to households elsewhere. And Romanet 4 and paragraphs A and B below it are a reporting requirement with the division so that in-state liquor manufacturers are not taxed on those shipments that they make, are not taxed under Wyoming's tax law, or excise tax rather. So now on page 12, I'm looking at Romanet 7. This requires liquor manufacturers who are going to ship pursuant to this section to maintain records for 3 years for the division's inspection. And then lastly, subsection K under that is what provides the penalties for anyone who is in violation of that section. And then finally, moving on to page 13, subsection B here. This is the tax hook for the in-state shippers. This provides that essentially before they ship the product, they have to remit to the division the taxes that are due pursuant to our liquor code. And with that, I will stand for any questions on the bill.
Any other questions, committee? Seeing none? Oh, Senator Scott, almost got off the hook there, Mr. Browning.
Mr. Chairman, I've got a little lost in these tax provisions. Is this a revenue raising bill in any way? In other words, do we have to have it as a House bill?
Mr. Chair, or Senator Scott, I mean, technically it has a possibility of raising revenue, but that's not its intent. It's allowing a new activity to happen. So that's a really good question. Mr. Hewitt, you want to jump in on this?
Mr. Chairman, it's so easy to introduce it in the House. In this situation, I think it's probably a why not? Why not introduce it in the House? That way there's no question about it.
Also, that's pretty cool people, the way I understand too. Do you agree, Senator Scott?
Mr. Chairman, I think that's good advice.
I don't think he agreed. Cool. All right, any other questions for Mr. Browning? Seeing none, you wowed us, Mr. Browning. Well done, sir. That's a controversial one. Very, very good job. Appreciate you. All right, committee, we are going to go to public testimony. I'm going to go to the Wyoming Liquor Division first.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Dan Noble, Director of the Department of Revenue. A few items that I think we would kind of like to clarify, and I think the one that probably stood out the most was in the staff comment associated with markup. Liquor Division's markup is currently 17.6% on all sales that go through the Liquor Division. Now, I'm going to tell you, I wasn't here in, I think it was 2001 or somewhere in there, when the direct shipment of wine was actually passed in the state of Wyoming. And there was an agreed upon amount on the direct shipment of wine. And that differential between the 17.6% markup and the 12% markup, to my understanding, was based on the difference between selling at wholesale versus the selling at retail. In other words, if you're going to offer a 17.6% markup on a wholesale sale, which will ultimately become a retail sale, that there should be a differential between those two numbers. Average markup was estimated based on my calculations at about 32%. And at 32%, a 17.6% margin at wholesale would roughly equate to a 12% markup at retail. And I believe that's how those numbers were derived. I've talked to a couple of the people that were here at the time, and that's their understanding of what the issue was. And so I would assume that if you wish to do this, you'd probably want to make those numbers the same, or either at 17.6% or at the 12% that was determined as it relates to the obviously that's the legislature's purview, but it is something I think that was important to bring up as to why those numbers exist the way they do. Another thing that it is important to understand as it relates to the shipment of product is something that was brought up as it related to the direct shipment of wine, and that is the fact that if the Liquor Division actually lists this product, it cannot be direct shipped into the state. At that point in time, it actually goes through the normal channels. Just so people understand that, and that pertains to not only products coming in from outside the state, that's any product that is listed by the Liquor Division, whether it's in state or out of state. So folks need to understand that it does, it may change the landscape a little bit as to what this bill actually does. As far as the addition of another satellite location, that obviously, again, is the legislature's purview. I think there's going to be some concern raised as it related to whether or not that same grace is offered to an out-of-state manufacturer that wants to do the same thing. As the bill is currently written, I believe it pertains only to those that are licensed in the state. That could be changed should you wish to, but that's really the legislature's purview as well. And I think I would probably leave the discussion as to whether this is a an appropriate bill is obviously left to those that are going to be weighing in from the outside. The state will manage this however you choose, but I think it probably could have some concerns as it relates to interstate commerce, treating vendors that wish to sell into the state differently than those that are selling from within the state. And with that, I'd stand for any questions you may have.
Questions for Director Noble? Representative Clausen, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Director Noble, just some clarity. I think I have a good understanding, but I think it'll help for the public. So the listed portion, anything that's listed that's already sells has to go through the liquor department, and then you're basically the wholesaler to the liquor stores. Anything that would fall under this bill would be something rare, something that's not normal, something odd, some sort of high end. Is that a realistic description? Or
Mr. Chairman,
go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Clausen, that is correct to a certain extent. As you got to understand, there are hundreds of thousands of items out there. We actually list about 2,500 of the most popular items, and not just popular items, but items that are in demand in the state. We list certain criteria as to how we go about making sure that we have the right products in the mix. But there are, I believe, close to 50,000 items in our database that we have ordered in the past. So it isn't that we can't get the product, it's just that it's not normally listed in our warehouse because we have limited space. We have a 150,000 square foot warehouse. And when you consider the amount of demand that we're dealing with just in the listed categories, we process an awful lot of items that we don't typically carry in our inventory. That being said, it is something that is would be allowable under this, that where it can be purchased directly by the consumer from out-of-state shippers. But it's something that we currently only maintain roughly 24 to 2,500 items in the inventory itself. Did that answer the question, sir?
He's nodding his head.
Okay, great.
Your co-chairman, go ahead.
Co-chairman, thank you. And Director Noble, I really appreciate you touching on the wholesale versus retail markup. I had asked that question earlier in the day and probably didn't ask it well, but I was wondering if you could walk us over the top of that real quickly one more time, just to make sure that I understand what I think I do with regard to jumping that from essentially 4 cases up to 12 cases of wine. Can you do that again for us?
Director.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, I'm not sure I quite understand the question. As it relates to the amount of or the limit, if you will, of the amount of product that is shipped to a single address, that obviously is a legislative grace. It's something that you folks have offered. I think one of the things that you wish to avoid when shipping directly to consumer is that they're opening up a retail establishment and circumventing the licensing laws of our state. I think that's probably one of the reasons that you put some sort of a limit as it relates to the amount that goes to an individual consumer. But it is something that I think probably deserves a little bit more reflection. As it relates to the direct shipment of wine in this state, if you're not a consumer but a retailer, there is no limit on the amount that can be shipped to a retailer. If we choose not to list a product because we don't have space in our warehouse or it doesn't sell enough, a retail establishment in this state can purchase without limit as it relates to that product itself. So this is strictly a limit that's placed on consumers themselves and not on the retail establishments. I just wanted to make that clear to everyone.
Mr. Chairman, just a quick follow-up, and I apologize that I'm wading around a little bit in the mud here, Director Noble. I'm just trying to catch up. I guess what's in my head is if we go ahead and pass legislation in this upcoming session that allows for the direct shipment of those cases of wine to an individual household, aren't we losing some retail taxation for the state of Wyoming on those additional 6 cases of wine? Because if I could order in, 4 cases now in a given year, but pretty soon I can order in 12, I'm ordering those in and I'm not paying as much retail taxation. Is that not correct?
Mr. Chairman, Co-Chairman, I believe that that's correct. I mean, one of the things that you got to recognize is that probably, I think it's approaching 10% of our business on any given year right now is the sale of what we refer to as special order items, things that retailers have come to us and said, we need to have this product to satisfy the needs of our consumers. And we do our best to do 2 things. Number one, we bring in the product itself and we try to minimize the shipping costs by aggregating those orders together in one shipment to minimize what the actual freight costs are and try to get the best price that we can for the retailer. And then those retail sales can actually happen like they do today. But you're correct. The consumer could go directly to the retailer to the manufacturer in this point and maybe skip that step. Now the tax on our markup would still be due at a rate based on retail versus on wholesale, but it would cut the retailer out of that actual picture, if you will.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions so far for Director Noble? Director Noble, do you have anything else you'd like to share with the committee?
Mr. Chairman, I think that hit the high points. I'm looking at the others to see if there was anything else out there, and I haven't seen anything. So if something comes up, we will certainly let you know at this point. But those are the big points.
Okay. Wyoming Liquor Association, Mr. Mosher.
Mr. Chairman, since I'm wearing my lobbying hat on this one, because we certainly have a position, I would like to defer to see if there's any other agencies or any with more gravitas than I, if that's okay, but I certainly would like to testify somewhere along the line.
There's not, go ahead.
Okay. Mike Mosher, Wyoming State Liquor Association. This bill draft came as a bit of a surprise. We haven't seen a proposal to allow direct to consumer DTC shipments since the late 90s. And I haven't seen this much national attention on any bill in my 25 plus years of doing this. The reason is this is probably, in fact, I'm not even exaggerating by saying it is potentially the most harmful bill to happen to Wyoming liquor retailers since I've been around. The timing could not be worse, simply because we're also suffering from COVID restrictions and that sort of thing. Back to the revenue, before I get much further, revenue neutrality possible, 17.6% markup, 17.6% markup, but where the revenue generation doesn't happen is Wyoming businesses, because this process, every time a customer gets a bottle, the retailer is being left out, so jobs lost, payroll taxes lost, and everything else. This bill, I've never had this happen before. I've had retailers call me in tears because they know what this would happen to their special order and allocation business, because there's a lot of retailers that specialize in better products. The reason, of course, this has to reciprocate out of state, and that's when this was presented last meeting. I didn't get a chance to speak on it, and I think Mr. Noble inferred that this goes a lot further than what it was presented, and it does. It opens out-of-state shipping of spirits, which only 6 states currently allow, and those states did it before Granholm for the most part. I think only 1 or 2 have done it since then, just because of the repercussions to the retail industry. This is not the time to pick winners and losers. Now, when we legalized DTC of wine back in, I think the bill was signed in 2001, the reason we didn't include spirits was primarily underage sales. Because underage sales to spirits, now when you're talking about DTC of wine and DTC of spirits, these are completely different critters. Underage drinking being one of them. I don't know of a frat house in the city with the highest altitude large university in the country. I don't know of any frat houses that are interested in ordering a case of fine Merlot, but they're probably going to do it with Fireball. They'll go with higher proof. Underage drinkers prefer spirits because they're more compact. For example, a single 750 milliliter bottle of 80 to 100 proof spirits contains roughly about the same amount of alcohol as 18 beers. And I've never tried hiding 18 beers in my boot, but I'm willing to bet it probably fits better than a 750. So you are going to have an underage impact, which is part of the reason these don't. Now, when we okayed the DTC of wine, number one, there wasn't the underage impact, but the other thing is it was such a small factor at the time. When we debated that bill, people are going, sure, we'll okay it, but who the heck is going to order stuff online? Well, obviously it's a huge impact now, but with DTC of wine, we've had time to adapt as that market has grown. When we're talking about spirits, we're talking about going all in. We're talking about removing all those sales that are potentially going to retailers to out of state. Another concern with spirits, when I mentioned DTC of wine is not the same as DTC of spirits. If you get counted, about World Health Organization estimates, and there are others that are better experts at this than I, but the World Health Organization estimates that 25% of the alcohol consumed in the world is counterfeit or illegal. Now, if you get counterfeit or illegal wine that's shipped to you in a really nice container that looks like the real thing, it's just going to taste bad. But if you get counterfeit or illegal spirits, you could go blind and die. And we've all seen the stories in Central America, in India, in Russia, in Mexico. There's an increasing market in that because you can duplicate the labels, you can duplicate what looks like the product, but on the other hand, there's no way to verify that. And that takes us to enforceability. Mr. Montoya has a wonderful bunch of enforcement people, but there are 3 for the state of Wyoming. And with wine, it's unenforceable. It's a bit of an honor system, but with spirits, you get into all sorts of other things. The satellite issue, I am currently in discussions with the largest distillery in Wyoming, good people, about the idea of allowing tasting rooms. The problem is when we wrote this bill, it was about 12 years ago, to allow distilleries to exist, we put satellites in just assuming that meant tasting rooms because that's what everybody else has. Well, we wrote it so loose that essentially a satellite can be a bar that sells your own product. Now, if a distiller wants an extra tasting room and it's defined like most of the other states, in fact, all the other states I know of define tasting room, that's negotiable because it's a little gift shop. You go in, you have a couple tasties. Anybody that's ever been to a distillery on Bourbon Trail or elsewhere in the country, that's how they operate. They don't operate like bars. As Mr. Noble pointed out last time, your people working in those satellites even have manufacturing NAICS codes. This is not a hospitality establishment. It's an extension of the distillery. And that's why if we talk about this, we'll go to tasting rooms, we'll further define it. We're not going to take away the satellites, but like I said, they should have been tasting rooms anyway. And so I can see that going on right now. The other thing, and Mr. Noble inferred this, is after Granholm and most of all Tennessee wine, we would likely have to extend that ability to do satellites, extra satellites, to out-of-state distilleries as well. Which means, and we've had this happen with attempts, where a distillery out of the state will try to put a satellite into a city that's pretty popular in the northwestern corner of the state. Well, if we allow extra satellites, in my opinion, and most of the people I've talked to, with Tennessee wine, where you can't discriminate against in-state businesses versus out-of-state businesses, and Granholm as well, we would probably have to extend that ability to out-of-state distilleries as well, big or small. And so that's another major concern. Tasting rooms, I don't really see a problem because nobody's going to go through that much effort to taste something and buy something in a little shop. But a satellites, as we have it defined, is basically a bar that a manufacturer owned, which takes me to my last point. And like I said, there'll be others on this call that'll get into much more detail. And that's the three-tiered system that's been the very fabric of the liquor system since 1935. Manufacturer, wholesaler, and retailer. DTC of spirits, direct to consumer of spirits, circumvents that system. The satellites, as proposed, circumvents retailers because you may have a manufacturer become basically a bar owner. And so the three-tiered system, you're going to leave out the wholesaler, you're going to leave out the retailer, and basically the only person making money is that out-of-state distillery that can now ship with no checks or balances, just an honor system into the state of Wyoming through a common carrier that, whatever's been said before, is not trained to deliver alcohol. And like I said, spirits and wine are completely different critters. So I hope I didn't go on too long, but I'm sure there'll be others to pile onto this or to talk about this. You've probably heard about this from a few of our retailers. This bill, in short, will hurt Wyoming businesses, hundreds of Wyoming businesses, mind you, not several, hundreds of Wyoming businesses for the benefit of very few, cost Wyoming jobs, and hurt our communities by the threat of enhanced underage drinking and capability of getting alcohol and counterfeit and illegal products with no oversight or enforcement. And with that, Mr. Chairman, thank you for humoring me, and I'd be glad to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mosier. The world does seem to be in a perilous position right now.
Well, my world does, Mr. Chairman.
Well, I did find it interesting you brought up the three layers of the very fabric of this industry. I think it's 4 layers, right? You forgot that there's the lobbying organization in between it all. That's a pretty important part. Mr. Mosier, I do want to clear up some rumors. I did hear some rumors. I hope that aren't true. I did hear some rumors that one of these businesses did lose some customers over this bill because of some of the things that was being said about it.
Mr. Chairman, if that happened, that's certainly not my intent. This bill, of course, was pretty widely known in the retail community because it was on the front page of the Casper Star Tribune. On the other hand, I would never tell a retailer what or what not to carry. That is not only an antitrust lawsuit, it's also, I mean, those distilleries are those 17, I believe, 17, 18 Wyoming distilleries are small businesses just like the other 1,400 retailers. And so I would never single anybody out for that. On the other hand, if somebody's reading the paper and see who's making the proposal, that's entirely their decision, but I certainly would not promote that. The proponents of this bill are really nice people, and I would never hope to cause them any harm. And I've been on record saying that, but that is certainly not the case in my world.
That's good to hear, Mr. Mosier. I certainly appreciate that. I do want to talk a little bit back and forth with you, Mr. Mosier, in regards to the concern that this is going to increase basically abuse by minors. You'd stated that there are other states that currently allow this. I think it was 6 states that allow this direct shipment of spirits to consumers. And can you give me any stats in regards to what that looks like in regards to minors in possession in those states that currently have those that provision in place comparatively to Wyoming? Do you have anything like that?
Mr. Chairman, states include Nevada, New Hampshire, North Dakota, DC. I think Alaska allows it. But that was done some time ago in many of those cases. The problem is penalties. If a retailer sells product to an underage person, there are penalties, there's a license to lose, there's accountability, and that license, as I believe you know, Mr. Chairman, can be a rather expensive thing to lose. When it comes to accountability for DTC, you just don't have those layers. The common carriers, by the way, which wouldn't do delivery because there's liability issues if you work in delivery for liquor stores. And the common carriers with DTC are usually considered shielded from any liability. Retailers are not shielded from liability. In fact, selling to an underage person is one of the few reasons where we can specifically be held legally liable in a court of law. And so the difference is the accountability, the transparency, and the cities and counties being able to regulate this. Or like when you were talking about delivery, a city or county can say, no, we don't want delivery. Well, you really can't do that with DTC because it goes to households all over the state. And when it comes to a signature, if you're delivering to a frat house at good old UW, you just need a 21-year-old to sign. There's no accountability for who's standing inside the door or anywhere else. And anecdotally, and I've heard plenty of them, not every one of those common carriers looks for a signature. Sometimes it's dropped off at the front door. So the ease of access, because as you know, with underage people, they're pretty adept at computers. The ease of access, the lack of accountability, and the lack of enforcement make it all a high risk. And I think you'd probably find that if you check with law enforcement as well.
So no stats in that regard then?
Stats regarding?
Stats.
Oh, stats. No, I could look it up, Mr. Chairman, but I'm not sure how you'd track it.
I had asked for that information last time when there was an issue brought up saying that this was going to be a huge concern for minors in possession, and nobody's been able to come up with any data proving that. In fact, and I hate to admit this, but I think the statute of limitations are out on this, but I was kind of a troubled kid growing up, and I got my hands on some alcohol from time to time. And I didn't have any problems finding somebody over the age of 21 to walk into a retail location. Now, granted, that's not the retailer's fault.
Take the mic. Take the mic.
Senator Nethercott daylights every once in a while as my attorney. But that's kind of where I'd be. That's why I'm so interested in any data that would actually prove that your assertion that this is going to be more dangerous for youth abusing that alcohol than it currently is. I guess I'm not seeing it until proven wrong, but we don't know until we know, I guess.
Mr. Chairman, I will look that up, but on the other hand, there are other people speaking on this issue that may be better armed with, and I know you received letters from several large groups that are national groups, and I know some of theirs addressed underage drinking as well. So I will check into that and get back to you, hopefully on a future bill and not this one, but I will get back to you.
Perfect. All right, thank you very much. I appreciate that, Mr. Moser. Any other testimony out of the Liquor Division or Liquor Association? Seeing none. Any other comments or question for either NB? Seeing none. We're now going to go to Ms. Pollock with Backwards Distillery, a local Wyoming business that probably has had some issues under COVID. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I hope you'll forgive me for reading my statement. This is a complex issue, as people have mentioned throughout this discussion, and so I want to make sure I don't miss anything. So I'm just going to read my statement and then address a few of the specifics that have come up in conversation so far. So at the last meeting, I was invited to come before you and give you an update on my industry and to bring to the table some ideas for action that the legislature could take to support the distilling industry in Wyoming. Distilleries represent economic drivers for their communities, enhancing tourism and supporting agricultural producers while bringing their communities a sense of pride by creating made in Wyoming artisan products. Distilleries have been hard hit by COVID-19 in this state and all other states. Bars and restaurants tend to be some of the leading volume drivers for small brands, and those accounts still have not been able to return to normal operations anywhere in the country. This hit, combined with the losses that distillery tasting rooms have experienced, will have long-lasting effects on the growth trajectory of distilleries. Losses today means less capacities for product development for future releases, less whiskey put down in barrels, which is an investment in the future of our companies, and less ability to afford new market expansions. Truly, this pandemic will set our industry back years in terms of momentum towards growing our brands and our reach. For this reason, the conversation about direct-to-consumer shipping has rapidly risen to the forefront of national attention. Distillers in every state in the country have approached elected officials about this topic. Some states have taken action immediately, some states are in consideration, and in some states, they've not been able to find any traction with this idea. But one thing I do know is that this topic is on the top of mind for craft distillers everywhere right now. It's been mentioned that there's six states that allow it. There's at least 6 that have this in the hopper for consideration this legislative session. This ability would allow consumers better access for our brands. It would allow us to continue to build relationships with customers after they leave our distillery, and for us to build brand loyalty by offering them subscriptions to whiskey clubs, limited bottlings, etc. Most of all, it would offer us a better opportunity to get liquid to lips in a way that's efficient and feasible for small brands, given that we don't have enormous sales teams or large marketing budgets. It is the single most important effort that could be made to help small distillers counteract the effects of COVID on their businesses in terms of revenue, but more importantly, in terms of long-term growth and momentum. As you've heard, this concept is being met with resistance from the WSLA and similar retailer and distributor organizations around the country. Retailers have concerns that the ability of producers to ship directly to consumers will cut them out of the equation. Ultimately, retailers are our most critical partners in building our brands. Distilleries work with them every day to get consumers in the door, picking up our products and giving them a try. Unfortunately, this is being framed as some sort of assault on retailers, which is patently false. I understand the fears of retailers on this topic, but the evidence suggests that this will in fact help grow the market, benefiting producers and retailers alike, not to mention the state. The evidence from multiple angles suggests that this is a win-win, not a win for distilleries at the expense of everyone else. We can look to how DTC has impacted the wine industry over the last several decades to help us draw conclusions about how the same reduction of restriction could impact the spirits sector. In New York, one of the states where the Granholm Supreme Court argument about this very topic originated, New York saw retail wine sales increase after DTC was forced to be allowed. Retailers did better due to the increased interest in wine generated by consumers having more choice and more access to products. Small companies drive new interest in the market to the benefit of themselves, but also to large companies, retailers, and distributors. The biggest fear among retailers seems to be the possibility of large out-of-state distilleries shipping into the state and taking a significant portion of their sales from them. Again, we can turn to the wine industry to see that this fear has not materialized over the several decades where this has been allowed. The Saxos report, which provides comprehensive data on DTC wine shipments, shows that large wineries participate very little, if at all, in DTC activities, while the wineries that benefit the most are the smallest in the business. As an example, Gallo, the largest wine player in the US, reported the least amount of DTC shipping activity among all wineries in a recent report. So the specter of large out-of-state distilleries becoming major DTC shippers into Wyoming is just not founded. Another concern is that this will limit retailers' ability to find value in special order options and rare products. In fact, there will be no change to retailers' ability to order special products or to make new products available to their customers. On the contrary, this could conceivably increase the demand for special orders after consumers have tried new products for the first time via DTC and would like to see them stocked at their neighborhood stores where they can access it more efficiently and almost certainly more inexpensively. On this concern, though, we really don't have to speculate how this might impact retailers in Wyoming, because Wyoming is a control state. We are sitting on tons of data about what sells here, how it sells, and when it sells. Wine has been available to consumers through direct shipping for 20 years or thereabouts in Wyoming. So we have a large body of data about how this has impacted the wine market in Wyoming over time. I have just requested some data that seems like it would be helpful in this conversation from the WLD, and I look forward to receiving it. But I think it'd be useful for this body to request this information from the division for your decision-making process going forward. Additionally, 2 other control states have recently enacted this change and could offer valuable insight into the impact that they have seen from this change in their states. Without the specific data at my disposal yet, I think there's still some conclusions that can be drawn. First, the 2 other control states that recently enacted this change started with a temporary provision to allow this, and very shortly after that started to move to make it permanent. To me, this speaks strongly that this has had a positive impact in those states. Second, wine special orders are still very popular in Wyoming and possibly even gaining popularity. So it seems that retailers are still able to drive value to their business by special ordering wine, despite the fact that DTC shipping of wine has been allowed in Wyoming for 20 years. Last, the retail market in Wyoming did not collapse, nor was the three-tier system in Wyoming dismantled by DTC wine shipping, so we have no reason to think that DTC spirit shipping would be any different. Ultimately, I'm sensitive to the fact that retailers have concerns about this, and I do not want to suggest that the legislature moves forward with something that they have good reason to believe will be damaging to the retailers around the state. I believe, though, that the tools exist to facilitate a decision on this issue using evidence, not just what ifs and doomsday scenario. If it turns out that when we do look at the data, DTC wine shipping was terribly detrimental to the retailers in Wyoming, I will be the first to speak up against this bill to prevent the same thing happening in spirits. But I do not believe that will happen. Instead, we know that this has the potential to be a game changer for the craft distilling industry. We strongly believe that it will in fact help us better support the retailers who carry our product by increasing product interest and awareness for our product and all other crafts products collectively. And with that, I have just one item in the language of the bill I would ask the committee to deliberate on, in addition to all the testimony you hear on this bill generally. And the specific section, subsection J, this is where there's some limits being set to the capabilities for direct-to-consumer shipping. And it looks like they lifted this right out of the wine direct-to-consumer statute. And it's on the limit that says that the only products that can be direct-to-consumer shipping be products that are not listed. And I really think that there should be a limit here. I think that what we're trying to do is provide an on-ramp for small products to get into the three-tier system where it's not necessarily built for them in the first place. It takes volume, it takes momentum, it takes sales velocity to get there. So I do think there should be a limit, but I would be interested to hear from the committee, from LSO, from the liquor division, et cetera, on whether or not listed is the correct limit there, or if it would make more sense to do some sort of reasonable volume limit, as in if X product sells more than X bottles in the state annually, it's not eligible for direct shipping. And the reason I raise that is because a lot of producers in the state have products that are listed that may not really be selling at the volume that would typically be expected of a listed product at the liquor division. So to me, it'd be more equitable to set a volume limit, because if a product exceeds that volume limit, it would stand to reason that it is readily available throughout the state on retailer shelves, and so really wouldn't need to be direct shipped to consumers to provide them access. Additionally, I would suggest that the 17.6% tax be left in place rather than trying to reduce that, because I think it's important that this does not provide any other type of advantage and start to undercut retailers in terms of what we're paying for the products. So I'd also like this to raise some money for the state. So I would prefer to see that left at 17.6%. And with that, I'll stand for any questions that you might have.
Questions for Backwards Distillery. Senator Scott, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I've got two questions. The first one is, in order to make a sale that would eventually lead to direct consumers, would most of those be ones that had first encountered your product, tasted it, or bought it or something at either a satellite location or a tasting room? In other words, you need to get them to try it first and then they want to order it. Is that really what your business model is likely to be?
Hard to say. I think that it would likely play out that way in a lot of cases, but I do think this also provides an opportunity for somebody to try the product who maybe lives in a place where there isn't a large liquor store that is able to carry a wide variety of brands, or has not been able to make it to our tasting room. So to me, it would also be an opportunity for us to gain new customers in new areas of the state. I mean, most of our sales still happen in Casper. We've been around for 6 years, and still coverage in Casper is the strongest, and it diminishes from there. So to me, this could be an opportunity. If somebody hasn't been able to find it in their own local market, they could order it from us, try it, and then again, that's where the DTC provides an on-ramp then to get that product placed in a retail outlet in that particular area. That consumer can then go to the retail. They can say, I tried this great product, I really like it, I'd like for you to stock it for me. And many retailers do that for customers all the time.
Follow up, Senator Scott, go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'm looking for a way to move this forward with a compromise, because I think we do need to assist the local manufacturers. What I'm thinking of doing is on page 2 on 12.2.205 to add 2 provisos. One would be that the out-of-state sale is permissible if the state of domicile allows comparable privileges to Wyoming manufacturers to sell in their state. And the second would be that requiring that the initial sale be made in person at a tasting room or satellite location. And that would mean it wouldn't be as wide open as it might be, but it would be a compromise, and it would not have quite the impact on the existing monopoly that is rousing the opposition. And now you would have to, with that language, you would have to, if an out-of-state manufacturer sold to a Wyoming customer and in their satellite location, you'd have to allow them to sell here, ship to them. But that would be the provision there, and I'd like to see how Ms. Pollock would react to that kind of a compromise.
Well, I think that has come up in some of the other conversations around this issue in other states as well. I think most states are shying away from that. One, just due to trackability and enforceability. Two, because of the thing I mentioned, it is a good way for folks to be able to try product for the first time. I mean, what I'm attempting to do is get product into people's hands so that they can then go buy it from the retailers, so that we've generated the interest, and now they can go make the purchase when they are purchasing the rest of their stuff that they're shopping for, their other products, their wine, their beer, etc. So it would change the ability to do that. It would open the ability, which I think is an area where DTC has significant value. I think we can easily imagine wine of the month clubs. There are states who do special whiskey clubs and things like that, where it's like you've come to the distillery, you sign up to be a member of the whiskey club, you pay some sort of monthly fee, and they send you a bottle or a bottle or two a few times a year that represent special releases or things like that maybe would never have been made available to retail establishments in the first place. So it would satisfy that particular interest, which I think does have value. I think that it maybe doesn't satisfy the other interest, and it is a model that there's Uniform Law Commission is working on language for this particular provision. That is an element that has been sort of steered away from because of the reasons that I listed, but certainly still provides some value.
Follow up. Okay, not seeing any other questions for Backwards Distillery? Not seeing any. Thank you very much, Ms. Pollock. Appreciate your testimony.
Thank you so much.
We're going to go on to other testimony. I believe up next, we're going to have Mr. Pickard and Mr. Curtin.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I get another shot here. I appreciate that. I'm representing Southern Glazer Wine and Spirits, along with Republic National Distributing Company / Young's Market. Both are members of the Wine and Spirits Wholesalers of America. And I hope that the committee has had an opportunity to look through the 3 documents that I sent earlier in the weekend regarding 185. And what I'd like to do is turn it over to Chris Curtin with Young's Market to walk you through some of the issues with the 3-tier system and how 185 and DTC would really disrupt the 3-tier system. And as part of the 4th tier of the system, I would refer to him and stand for any questions.
Okay, Mr. Curtin, go ahead.
committee. I work as the Director of Regulatory Affairs at Young's Market Company, and Young's Market Company has been in business in Wyoming since 2000.
Can we get better audio, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, Mr. Curtin, can you lean forward?
Can you hear me better now?
Not really, but that might be as good as we can get.
Are you sure? Let me see if I pull it closer. I tried this earlier. All right, I'm here to testify regarding the proposed spirits legislation that you have before the committee today. I'd like to take the opportunity to describe the alcohol industry and how it was developed into the system of regulation that you see today. I'll be brief, but I suspect everyone knows about the Prohibition era initiated by the 18th Amendment. And in 1933, the 21st Amendment was drafted to legalize alcohol. It did so in a way that identified some of the root causes that brought prohibition to a reality. One of the main issues identified was the relationship between manufacturers and also referred to as suppliers and retailers. When they have a very close relationship referred to as tied house, it was found that pricing for alcohol was very cheap and had marginal quality. These manufacturers would develop this tied house relationship and even ownership in retail establishments. So in the pre-prohibition world, the alcohol market was dominated by large producers who exerted massive amounts of pressure on retailers, encouraging unsafe and unethical methods of increasing alcohol sales, and thus increasing alcohol consumption while limiting consumer choice. These manufacturers would push this low-price alcohol in high volume and was identified as one of those key issues. The 21st Amendment sought to break up that relationship and create a tier between the manufacturers and retailers to prevent a repeat of the Prohibition era problems. The result is a regulatory system that you see today. You can refer to the United Kingdom where you can see societal alcohol issues, i.e. you'll see Guinness bars, Carlsberg, where there's ownership interests in tied house, and there's lots of issues there. The 21st Amendment established a three-tier system that requires all tiers to operate in each other's space without any financial interest. In Wyoming, the state serves as that middle tier, i.e. it's a control state. By limiting businesses to operations in a single tier, no entity can dominate the marketplace top to bottom. This is from production to consumer purchases. The three-tier system has created the safest alcohol marketplace in the world. News reports regularly report, counterfeit and adulterated products where, people like, i.e. Mexico last year and so on, that have created deaths and very sick people. The problem is not isolated in developing countries. It's happening all over the world, i.e. United Kingdom has a large problem of counterfeit alcohol, specifically spirits. However, we found in the last couple of decades that the erosion of these very tiers that were to operate separately, this erosion has done typically in the small producer space to create exceptions, much like this. These exceptions are much concern, so much so that the federal courts are starting to weigh in. This should cause you pause and consider that the 21st Amendment allowed each state to regulate alcohol as it saw fit based on its community needs. Now the federal courts are stripping some of those rights away. Cases like Granholm, where dormant commerce clause has been applied in many of these cases. The concept that you cannot treat any out-of-state different than in-state, it means that you can't grant any privileges that cannot be reciprocal between the two. This legislation could potentially impact every licensee in Wyoming, specifically the brick and mortar retail shops that will lose jobs and in some cases close without the ability to compete. This could be the worst possible time for these folks just trying to get out during the pandemic. And the marketplace is changing even more dynamic now because of COVID. All products coming into the state will, in many cases, circumvent the regulatory system. Excise taxes will be lost, and the potential for counterfeit and tainted goods is a public safety concern. Wyoming has a well-regulated alcohol industry, and this potential legislation has the potential to create costly litigation, public health risk, and a disadvantage to in-state retailers. State regulators will have a difficulty, if not impossible, challenge to stem the flow of product coming into the state to ensure proper excise tax has been captured. This will create an uneven playing field for the state retailers who have the duty as part of their cost of goods. The bottom line is the price of the product will be higher for those potentially coming into the state unfettered. However, these concerns do not arise from local delivery of alcohol from products of licensed retailers. Unlike shipments of alcohol, transportation by common carrier like FedEx and UPS, and I will touch base on that slightly. There's a standard that UPS and FedEx are this gold standard of delivery. The statistics do not support that. They have a long way to go to ensure that proper delivery, and I'm talking about point of transaction at the door, is being ensured and done, because it's not happening. I have several examples of that. I mean,
Sir, couldn't the same be said for the organizations you represent, though?
No, we're highly regulated. Everything's got to be accounted for. Plus, we're also
Don't get alcohol.
as well.
Right on, keep going.
Okay, got you. The system works to serve citizens' needs and keeps the marketplace safe, deters entrance of counterfeit products to the retail stores, promotes proper payment to Wyoming in taxes, and to ensure large variety of products and choice to consumers. Retailers already sell alcohol products to consumers. Delivery from those retailers is an extension of that role of a retailer and the added convenience and benefit to the customer. I ask for your opposition in this legislation on behalf of Young's Market Company, Republic National Distributing Company, and all of the employers of the wholesale space in that state. This is just not good for Wyoming when you're serving smaller interests that affect so many detrimentally. Thank you.
Committee, any questions? None. Yep, go ahead, Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, I thought I heard reference to the 21st Amendment and that was causing the three-tier system. I've got the text of the 21st Amendment in front of me here. And frankly, I don't see anything in there that mentions a three-tier system or implies it. Did I misunderstand the testimony, or am I missing something in the 21st Amendment?
Mr. Curtin.
The 21st Amendment left it to each state in its ability to regulate. And in the Federal Alcohol Act, it gave clarification on tied house implications and the prevention of it.
Any follow-up, Senator Scott?
Mr. Chairman, I don't know what the feds may have done trying to, but I don't see that the 21st Amendment forbids anything that this bill would do.
Mr. Curtin, just to remind me, what organization are you with?
I'm with Young's Market Company and Republic National Distributing Company.
How many organizations do you represent in the state of Wyoming?
Young's Market Company, which is a division of Republic National Distributing Company.
Okay, gotcha.
Mr. Chairman, so is that one?
That's one, I think, one organization that probably distributes or retails quite a bit, I'm guessing, Mr. Curtin?
We're in the broker space.
Oh, in the broker space, gotcha. Okay, so that, a broker space. I got a lot to learn about liquor, because I thought there was like this three levels of wholesale, retail, and consumers, and there's brokers. Can you explain that?
Brokers, we represent the suppliers on behalf of the suppliers to the state liquor office, whereas they don't have to deal with each one of these independently. We represent, hundreds of different suppliers and their products.
So he
Okay.
sells to the liquor division?
I think so. Yeah. All right. All right. Any other questions for Mr. Curtin? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony, sir. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Appreciate the time.
And we've got, is there any other public testimony out there? I don't think we do. I'm looking. Oh, Mr. Rudd, go ahead, sir. You had your video off, so I figured you were out.
Oh, I just didn't need everybody to see my face the whole time. I'm doing you a favor, I think. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to add a little something on behalf of the Wine Institute. Obviously, we're wine and not spirits, so we stay in our lane in this type of topic. And generally speaking, as this topic is going around the country, We just leave it to every state to decide what's good for your state. I do want to point out and reiterate something that Mr. Mosier said, that wine is different from spirits. Of course, beer is different from wine. Everything has its own unique aspect to it. And so that's why it makes it a unique question when you talk about direct to consumer of alcohol of any kind. I also wanted to come back to something regarding the taxes. And Mr. Co-Chairman, you had raised something about whether or not the state of Wyoming would lose money based on an increase of the direct shipment of wine. And it's our belief, and I think this unfortunately might go against something that Director Noble said, that it actually would increase the revenue, because currently with the law that as it is, wines that are not that are not listed with the Wyoming Liquor Division are the only ones that can be directly shipped. So those are the ones that are getting into the state direct to consumer at that tax rate of 12%. So it's almost, the way we kind of view it, it's almost like free money. You don't have to do anything, but you get the 12% markup. And something that I was just looking up, I think the general fund profit from either this year or last year was about 1.3 million based on simply direct shipment of wine. So if it is increased, and I thank you guys, everyone, you guys and girls there, legislators, for increasing that limit, but I do think it actually would provide more revenue coming into Wyoming. And that's all I have to say, but thank you very much.
Questions for Mr. Rudd? I'm not seeing any. Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Rudd. I don't think there's any other public comment, committee, unless anybody in the audience. Mr. Raymond, county commissioners want to jump in on this one? No?
Move the bill.
All right. So I've closed the public testimony. It's moved by Representative Duncan. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Senator Scott. Committee, before we get too carried away, I did send along an amendment to.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, go ahead,
I
Representative.
would like to move the amendment that was sent to all of us.
I'll second that.
Okay, there's a motion and a second on the amendment that was recently sent to the committee. And so for the sake of everybody listening in, the amendment is on it's in two places, page 4, line 33, after section, insert display the bucking horse and rider emblem and then on page 11, line 12, after subsection, insert display the bucking horse and rider emblem and.
That's a great amendment.
All right, that's what the amendment does.
Seems protectionist.
This is kind of the whole thing. Representative Eric, go ahead.
So, just so I understand this, on page 4, we're talking about spirits that are gonna be shipped from out of state into Wyoming. We would
Right.
put the
And
word-
reverse.
And both in and out.
Right, direct to consumer.
So, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, go ahead.
The way I
Representative.
understand this is great because we are diversifying our products in the state of Wyoming, and this is a made in Wyoming products is what the intention is. And so we are branding our product for the rest of the nation by having a bucking horse on it.
Well, and I think this kind of goes towards some of the concerns also that I had heard in regards to a lot of out of state distilleries shipping inside of the state of Wyoming. How many of them are going to take the time to slap Wyoming bucking horse and rider on their box?
Well, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Case, go ahead.
I think you have a great idea, except for there's a free speech argument.
There is, yeah.
You know, why should I have to put your logo on my stuff? And there's also kind of there still is the interstate commerce issue that is this restriction purely for the purpose of thwarting interstate commerce? You know, I mean, somebody could make that argument.
Sure.
So I'm throwing that stuff at you, seeing if it sticks.
Right.
However, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, go ahead, Representative Buckman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know, we're not preventing them from importing. So preventing interstate commerce, that would be if we stopped them, like coal in the argument there. We're not preventing it. We're just having some sideboards that we like to have. We're putting sideboards on this.
Sideboards.
So, Mr. Chairman, it's
Go ahead,
like,
Senator Case.
that's one way of looking at it, I suppose, but you just pick the commodity. It could be coal. You could say, well, you can sell coal into Wyoming as long as it's blue. You know, and we only have the blue coal that comes from Wyoming. So it kind of, it doesn't.
It flirts with a hell of a line. However,
The free speech thing is more
Right.
important, really. I mean, what if you want to sell your product made in Wyoming and you don't want to put the logo on it? You just don't want to do it. Maybe you have a problem with horses. I don't know, but maybe you don't like cowboys.
well, you know, and that's an interesting aspect, and it's been that obviously this is not our first rodeo with this amendment. For example, I did that on purpose. For example, if you have skill games in the state of Wyoming, they now have to have the Wyoming Bucking Horse and Rider emblem on the side of them. If you have an electric vehicle in the state of Wyoming, that sticker bears the Wyoming Bucking Horse and Rider. And it's
Ski resorts bear that as well.
You're correct.
Yeah, signs.
Yeah. And then on top of that, there's actually a case that I believe went to the Supreme Court. Maybe Chairman Nethercott has heard of this. Went to the Supreme Court. It had to do with New Hampshire's live free or die on their license plate. And I think that was upheld. Chairman Nethercott, do you have any recollection of a random case that I just brought up and put you on the spot on?
No, Chairman, but if you'd like me to make something up, I certainly can.
I told you she spotlights is my. That's perfect.
Do you want to be entertained or are you seeking legal advice?
What's the difference?
The price?
All right, committee, any other questions on the amendment?
Question.
Question being called on the amendment. Committee, all those in favor, please raise your hand in front of the camera. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Hands up.
Danny, what?
Can't see it.
Okay, you got your hand up there, Representative Clem?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
I did.
Okay, all those opposed, please raise your hand.
Just one.
I'm going to be in conflict on the bill, so I'm not going to deal with it.
Okay, perfect. Amendment carries. So if this does go into law, you've got to, Ms. Pollock, if this does go into law, you're going to have to put the Wyoming Bucking Horse and Rider on your product. Senator Scott, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, got a series of amendment on the drafting standards. I want to do them all as one. Page 3, line 5, delete such, insert any. Page 5, line 6. Delete such, insert the. Page 10, line 7. Page 10, line 7. Delete any such, insert the. And on page 11, line 8, delete such, insert the. On page 11, line 18, delete such, insert the. Change carriers to carrier and change comply to complies.
Second.
There's a second out of Representative Duncan. Mr. Browning, welcome to Senator Scott. I know this is probably one of your first drafts. He really hates that word. But he's not wrong. I see you leaning forward on me there, Senator Scott. You're not wrong. Senator Scott?
Mr. Chairman, I would just like to give credit where credit's due. I was trained by Matilda Hansen herself.
And I served with her.
All right, any questions in regards to the proposed amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor, please raise your hand in front of your camera.
I'm gonna go out on a limb and be for this one, Mr. Chairman.
That's fair. I don't think
I have a
that's.
conflict on the side.
All those opposed, please raise your hand. Amendment carries. Mr. Browning, I believe we've got to fill in some blanks. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, you are correct. You have to decide on the household shipping limit and the threshold for listing with the division.
Anybody care to take a stab at that? Committee?
Um,
Representative Duncan, was that you that jumped up?
maybe. Can we, I'd like to defer to Ms. Pollock. What does she think for numbers?
Ms. Pollock. I'm going to go to Ms. Pollock and then I'm going to go to Mr. Mosier as far as numbers. Ms.
Yeah,
Pollock,
I did a little bit of calculation, and we probably should confirm it, but to try to find some sort of equivalence, as has been mentioned, spirits are higher proof than wine. So if we just set a case limit across the board, that would really be meaning that you would be getting more alcohol potential shipped to your door because it is at a higher proof. And so there are ways of equalizing for that. There's a term called the proof gallon, which is essentially the total amount of alcohol contained regardless of the volume. And so I think looking at something like that to create some sort of equivalent between spirits and wine would make sense. Wine, if you're talking about 12 9-liter cases a year, is that right?
correct. That's 108 liters total. And I would push back against going against some kind of term that your average person isn't going to recognize, i.e. me.
Sure. Yeah, that was more for like a working for this discussion, more so than actually writing it into the legislation. I think that if we use that calculation, I think it's in the neighborhood of 6 cases of spirit-ish, maybe 5 to 6. I'm not sure. I mean, there's obviously variations in the proof that alcohol and wine and everything else come in at. They have varying percentages of alcohol, but I would recommend something that's equivalent to wine, but not in the volume sense, in the alcohol content sense. So 6 is a throw out there number, but I don't know that that's specifically precise.
Mr. Mosier.
Mr. Chairman, Mike Mosier. Well, since we opposed the bill, I would kind of push for 0. But that being said, now we don't use proof gallons in Wyoming. That's usually used for tax purposes. Like with federal taxes, we don't delineate out taxes by alcohol content, which a lot of states do. So we don't really have the basis for that. But since there's basically the equivalent of 5 bottles of wine proof wise in an 80 to 100 proof 750 of spirits, you're talking about a ratio of 5 to 1. So a heck of a lot lower than what wine is, obviously. We had 36 liters on wine until just a few seconds ago. So I don't think any more than a dozen because alcohol, the spirits are a different world. You know, when I use 80 proof as a guideline, the craft stuff, a lot of it's 100 proof. And when you get into some of the specialty stuff or the novelty stuff, you're above that, which is over 50% alcohol. So whatever it is, I would keep the volume low. It would also help dissuade people from irresponsibly doing it. Bear in mind, however, that it's almost impossible to enforce that. It's basically an honor system with good companies obeying the law. So I don't know, a dozen, 18, something like that. But as I mentioned before, I would prefer 0.
Mr. Montoya, would you prefer liters listed?
Mr. Chairman, I actually would, because there are a lot of RTDs, which are ready to drink products out there that are really spirits based, and they're sold that way. And I've seen cans of 200 milliliters. I've seen them at 500 milliliters. And so, you know, the sizes are just all over the board. So that's an easier way for us to track it.
Mr. Montoya, pick a number. I've gotten soft numbers from everybody else.
21.
Huh? 27.
What do you say, 27?
27, okay, so we've got a recommendation of 27. Senator Scott, go ahead.
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Representative Duncan. Comments or questions, committee? Seeing none.
Question.
All those in favor, please raise your hand in front of the camera. All those opposed, raise your hand in front of the camera. Okay, motion's carried. Amendment is adopted. What was the other one? Senator Scott, go ahead. Senator Scott?
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, I keep forgetting that mute thing. And I sometimes don't get the symbol on the screen. We've got a choice on page 8 and 9 of language that is 2 satellite locations versus a manufacturing location and 1 satellite. I think we'll have less trouble with the alternative that's in the staff comment, that's the manufacturing site and 1 satellite location. So I would move we adopt that version.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Representative Duncan. Any comments or questions, committee? Seeing none. All those in favor of the proposed amendment, please raise your hand in front of the camera. All those opposed, please raise your hand. Amendment carries. Mr. Browning, is there any other portions that were blanks for us?
Mr. Chairman, in addition to setting the household limit at 27 liters, we also need to, or the committee rather, needs to set a limit for the threshold for listing with the division. So just by way of reference, the previous wine was 36 liters was the household limit and 90 liters was the threshold for shipping with the division or for listing with the division. So that's also a number that the committee needs to decide.
Okay, fair enough. Mr. Montoya, do you have a recommendation for us?
Give us 1 second, Mr. Chairman. We'll figure that out here in just 1 second.
I'll hum some background music while they talk about it.
I was actually just going to ask if anybody wanted to sing a song or something.
Listing criteria are 500.
I have a clarifying question to ask. It's not as exciting as a song.
Okay, yeah, go ahead, I guess.
Mr. Chairman, this is Dan Noble with this Department of Revenue.
Yes,
I've got a question as relates to that, and we already have listing criteria in place as to when we will list a product. I guess my question would be, is that something that you'd want to see memorialized in this bill, or is it something that I guess, you know, sometimes we list products that may only sell what we refer to as a layer a month, which may be anywhere from 7 to 8 cases. It can be a dollar figure on high-end product. So it's something that we utilize as a criteria, but we don't necessarily, I don't know that we want that in statute. And we don't do that with, you know, other types of products anyway. Listing criteria is really something that is based on, is it worth taking up the space that we have, the limited space we have in our warehouse in order to list that product? And I guess that's, you know, one of the reasons the craft distillers products are in our warehouses and most of them are listed, I think almost all of them are listed, is because they do meet those criteria. So I don't know whether that's necessary in this case. We already list those products.
So your suggestion would be to delete that portion requiring it?
Yeah, I mean, now if we get to the point, here's the thing, if somebody starts direct shipping product, you know, by the pallet into the state of Wyoming, guess what? We're going to list it. That's going to happen. So I guess I don't see this as something that really needs to be as a statutory reference, when in fact we do it anyway, just by the basis of, if we see that much product coming into our state, we're going to list it.
Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, so move.
Second.
Second by Representative Duncan. Any comments or questions, committee? Mr. Browning, do you understand the amendment?
Just to strike the threshold requirement from both sections.
Specifically, yeah, correct.
Got it. Thank you.
Question.
Question being called. Members, all those in favor, raise your hand in front of the camera. Okay, all those opposed, raise your hand. Okay, that amendment has carried. Any other comments, questions, or amendments, committee? Representative Clem, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and no surprise, I'll be voting no. It's more the access issue, and I've talked about this at our last meeting as well. It seems anytime we come up with alcohol bills, this is kind of where my mind goes. It seems that we keep opening the door more and more and more for access. I don't buy the argument that this is going to hurt retailers. I actually think the testimony that we got from country distillers is actually quite persuasive. Who knows, it may even increase some commerce. I don't know, but that's where the issue comes for me is we just continue to increase access to alcohol, and that is going to have some serious ramifications for our society. So.
Gotcha. It's also important to note, by mandating the use of the bucking horse and rider, I was able to confirm with the Secretary of State's office that will require those businesses enter into an agreement with the state of Wyoming for the use of its trademark. That's a revenue raiser, folks, right there. That's a bad joke. But it is
Mr.
true.
Chairman, that is true, but
Yep, it is true.
we let Wyoming-based businesses use it without a royalty, and we make out-of-state folks pay a royalty. So once again, it's the differential treatment.
Right on. Any other comments or questions, committee? Yep, Representative Mayor, go ahead.
Comment. Yeah, I thought we heard some pretty compelling testimony that indicated this would be detrimental to a lot of our in-state distributors and dispensers. I'm gonna be swayed a little bit by that argument, and I also agree with Representative Clem. It's not good to make it more available.
I think that's probably a fair argument. I mean, the availability aspect, is one of those aspects that you can look at in regards to not only alcohol, but marijuana, those types of aspects. Does that increase use? Did the prohibition decrease use? And so the reality is, I mean, we've got both ends. We've got one end over here saying the world is going to burn. And you've got this end over here saying it's all going to be rainbows. But the reality is, I think it's somewhere in the middle. And
just to push back a little bit, to some degree, it is going to be more readily available, and there will be more consumption.
Sure, absolutely,
By some.
absolutely.
By some.
Yeah, I think that's a fair argument. And yeah, so definitely vote your conscience.
Well, Mr. Chairman, just on that point, and we hear the prohibition argument a lot, and you think about Colorado. I mean, when marijuana was prohibited in Colorado, that they have more or less use than they have today. I think the argument is they have far more use today because it's no longer prohibited. So there is an aspect of prohibition in which it does decrease use. What that fine line is, I can't tell you exactly. But there is an argument for at least some type of prohibition or
social controls.
Limitation of access. So anyway, thank you.
Nope, good points by everybody in the committee. Is there anybody else?
Mr. Chairman, this is Co-Chairman Landon.
Hey, go ahead, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to weigh in, and I thank the committee for letting me change devices. I'm on my way to Cheyenne tonight, but I wanted to commend the committee. I think you did some great work on this bill, and I just wanted to register that I'll be an aye vote. I want this debate to continue. Some good thoughts shared this evening with regard to the bill, but I think it's worth forwarding to continue the conversation as our business climate changes in this day and age with distilleries, et cetera. So I'll be an aye vote, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. And not seeing anybody else jumping up, I'm gonna go ahead and close and ask LSO to go ahead and call the roll, please.
Case.
Conflict.
Senator Nethercutt.
No.
Senator Schuler.
No.
Senator Scott.
Aye.
Representative Blackburn.
No.
Representative Clausen.
No.
Representative Clem.
No.
Representative Clifford.
Aye.
Representative Duncan.
Aye.
Representative Ayer.
No.
Representative Furphy.
No.
Co-Chairman Landon.
Aye.
Chairman Lindholm.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, I count 7 noes, so it is not adopted.
All right, we avoid a catastrophe another day, I suppose, in the state of Wyoming. I do really want to extend a big thank you to all of the associations that participated, but especially to Amber Pollock, who really put herself out there. And I know this has been a lot of heartache for you because you took some pretty heavy abuse. Not through any fault of anybody else, but there was some backlash that you faced on that. And really appreciate you putting yourself out there for your industry and for your business, trying to economically develop. Really appreciate you.
Absolutely. I'll keep trying.
All right.
Always moving forward.
That's right. That's right. All right, committee. That is it for liquor regulation. We're going to go to a less probably exciting topic, but we are going to powers of state and local health officers. And that will be 21 LSO 166 version 0.5 pandemic response review task force. And Mr. Hewitt, I take it you're presenting that?
I am. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. All right, so this is 21 LSO 166 working draft 0.5. And the committee requested draft legislation to create a task force to study how the state has responded to the COVID-19 pandemic. So in section 1 of the draft, it creates the task force and establishes the responsibilities of the task force. On page 2 of the draft, you can see that the task force is made up of 13 members. So 3 members are appointed by the governor, 1 from the Department of Health, 1 from the state's K-12 educational community, and 1 from the state's business community. There are 10 legislators on the task force as well, including 4 from this committee and 4 from the Labor Committee. Moving on to page 3, subsection B establishes what the task force is to study. First 3 paragraphs in subsection B require an evaluation, they require studying the relevant public health statutes and their history. Paragraph 4 requires an evaluation of the effectiveness of public health orders issued during the pandemic. And on to page 4, paragraph 5 considers the efforts of local health officers. Paragraph 6 addresses enforcement. Paragraph 7 addresses economic impacts. And paragraph 8 addresses impacts on education in the state. Down at the bottom, page 4, subsection C imposes a reporting requirement for legislative recommendations. So the task force would have to present the recommendations to the Corporations Committee and the Labor Committee and the Governor by July 1 of 2022. On page 5, subsection D provides for compensation of legislative task force members and non-state employee force members. Subsection E provides that the task force is staffed by the LSO and the Department of Health. And subsection F terminates the task force on December 31st, 2022. Section 2, down at the bottom of page 5 and on to page 6, provides $60,000 in total appropriations. That's enough funding for 7 days of in-person meetings. And then section 3 provides an immediate effective date. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Chairman.
Yep, Representative Duncan, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Hewitt, if not that any of us are fans of Zoom, and we're not we really prefer this in person. But given our economic situation, how much of that $50,000 would be reduced if they were not in person and you didn't have the travel expense?
Mr. Hewitt, you have a guesstimate on that, or probably a pretty close approximation?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Duncan, it would be more of a guesstimate on my part. Zoom meetings are significantly less expensive than in-person meetings. But I don't have a percentage for you.
A third.
Maybe we'd be 2/3 of this.
Representative Clifford, go ahead.
Reduction.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Hewitt, I want to know if we could add one representative of the Northern Rappaport Eastern Shoshone Tribe to be appointed by the governor, and if we'd be able to do that. I know we're sovereign, but it'd be important for us, for citizens of the state, to be at the table on this task force.
Mr. Hewitt.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Clifford, absolutely. You could add in another person. Obviously, it'd be up to the appointed person whether to agree to it or not. Presumably, they would agree to it if they were appointed. And so, certainly, yeah, you can add a member of one of the tribes.
Oh,
Representative Blackburn, you're not on mute. Did you have a question?
no, I was just talking to Judy, sorry.
Tell her hi.
Representative Clausen.
Okay, hi, Judy.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Hewitt. So I assume that because of the timing of this, we couldn't use the federal COVID funds to pay for this task force, or is there a way to work around it?
Mr. Hewitt.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Clausen, given the current parameters of the CARES Act funding, I don't believe it would be possible to use any of the $1.25 billion given to the state for this. There's a limitation that those expenditures have to be, I believe, incurred by December 30th of this year. And if this task force is created next year, then I don't think there's a, I don't think there's a good argument for using that money under that limitation. But, Mr. Chairman, Congress could change those parameters.
And we could add the language later.
Senator Scott, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, for those who put this together, it seems to me that what's really lacking, if you want to go the task force route, you need to have some medical people in there that understand some of the issues. And why were they not included?
I think senators, well, I mean, we could probably work that language over a little bit, but on page 2, at the top of page 2, it says one representative of the Department of Health appointed by the governor. I'm guessing they would be medically inclined. Senator Scott, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I read that as one bureaucrat.
I didn't know there was a difference, Senator Scott. No, I'm teasing. No, that's a good point. Any other questions for LSO committee? Seeing none. Okay, we're going to go ahead and go to public testimony. Mr. Raymond.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I'm Jeremiah Raymond here representing Wyoming County Commissioners Association. Appreciate the opportunity to speak briefly. First off, I wanted to say this pandemic has provided a tremendous burden and responsibility upon all county officials, including county commissioners, county health officers, and many others. I certainly appreciate the approach that's being taken in this draft. I did review it against the recommendations that I had made to the committee in June. I do think that the elements of that testimony are embedded into this legislation. So from that perspective, I'm appreciative. I also think that it would be supported by commissioners if it moves forward. The one request that I would have is that you consider including at least 2 county officials as part of this task force. At a minimum, I think that should include a commissioner but perhaps could also include a county health office or somebody from a county board of health, so that you do get that perspective and the interaction that they've had between themselves, as well as between the county level and the state considerations that come in here. For the most part, those have been very productive, but not always. And there have been some issues that have come up. So I think that county perspective would be important. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'd stand for any questions.
Any questions for the County Commissioners Association? You're getting off easy today, Mr. Raymond. You're just doing a great job. So you'd prefer Mr. Raymond to appoint?
Mr. Chairman, would prefer to, and again, at least one of those being a commissioner, but certainly respect that there is the county health officer side of this equation. And I do think that that's appropriate to consider as well.
Gotcha. Okay. All right, committee. I don't believe we have any other public testimony in that regard. I'm checking my list here. Mr. Raymond was the only one to sign up for that. All right, committee, I'm closing public testimony. Committee, what's your pleasure?
To pass.
Moved by Senator Case.
Second.
Second by Representative Ayer. Representative Furphy, go ahead.
He's on mute.
Yeah, I just have a question for the task force, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. With the recent news, as of today, actually, that we have a vaccine that's 90% effective. And they're working diligently on getting this vaccine out. So is there really the need for this task force by the time we get through the legislative session and get it approved to have this? So I would just like input from the committee on that issue.
I guess I'm of the opinion that the answer would be yes. I mean, unless we could guarantee that there would be no future pandemics or mutations of COVID, which the very nature of the coronavirus is to mutate from animal to animal. So I think it's a hard yes for me anyways. Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, and speaking as your Senate Health Chairman, I do think that we aren't going to affect the COVID business, because I think with the vaccine that has the potential for getting dealt with before we could actually pass legislation. But I think it is safe to predict that nature is likely to produce one of these things again. It might be another 100 years before it does, but it might be next year too. Those things are just totally unpredictable and uncontrollable. In addition, the experience with the COVID has advertised to every terrorist in the world that we're vulnerable to this sort of thing. Now, most of them probably can't create something that would cause this, but that might not be all of them. So you've got another risk there. So it is worth looking at it. Whether you do it with a task force or an interim committee is another issue.
Senator Schuler, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with Senator Scott. I think that, I've had a number of constituent emails and even phone calls, and then folks just catching you, downtown, questioning different things that we've done. I think we've done really a pretty good job, but I think that a task force will give us the opportunity to really dive down deeper and find out, did we do what we needed to do? Did we do it, the way we should have done it? I just think unless you have something like this, it's tough to really sit back and say to yourself, are we doing the kind of job we need to do for our constituents? And I agree with Representative Duncan. I think that, we could probably do a lot of it still via Zoom and save a lot of money. And, if you don't sit back and evaluate where you are, I think it's tough to sometimes move forward. I don't think this is going to go away real soon. And, obviously, even with the, I understand Representative Furphy's thoughts about the virus, but I think that, even if we do get the, I mean, who knows how many folks are going to get a chance right away to receive the medicine that they need. And so we're still going to be looking at some issues down the road. And so I think even though some people, you say that we're task force and their hair stands up on end, but I just think, because, you don't want to, create more bureaucracy, but I just think it's important to evaluate where we are and see where we are moving forward. Thank you.
Okay, I've got Representative Ayer next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry to pick up on Mike. I think this is a good idea because in regards to what Representative Murphy mentioned, it's too late for this occurrence. I mean, by the time this task force gets done, hopefully we'll be through all this. But like everyone else has said, there's going to be a next one. And so with the value of some hindsight, look back at what we did in this case, we could maybe make a better plan for how we handle the next one. I think task force is a good idea.
Mr. Chairman.
Yep, go ahead, Representative Duncan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For those that aren't involved with the military, they always have a situation report after any incident or any situation happens. And what they do is they gather quickly right after the situation. And depending on the service, they even take their moniker, they take their rank and their name and such badge off when they go in the room, so that they're free to express themselves and say exactly who screwed up, where, when, and we're free of any sort of finger pointing, so that they can get down to the crux of what really worked, what didn't work, what do we do next? How do we move forward? How do we avoid what we did? And maybe we won't have another pandemic, but we may have another disaster. So these are same lessons, same situations that we could learn for the next, big state disaster. So I think it's really imperative when we have so many different aspects of what happened here involved. We had the feds involved, we had the states involved, we had the locals involved, we had the legislature involved. We had so many different moving parts that we really need to sit down and analyze and figure out, what did we do well? What did we need to improve on, and what do we need to do next in the future? So I think we all hate task force, but if we look at it as a sit report, it maybe swallows better.
Representative Clifford.
Thank you, Chairman. Great question, Representative Murphy. Thank you for bringing it up. I echo everybody's support of doing this task force and debriefing and assessing everything, but particularly I want to focus on the mental health. So we can really thoroughly look at the prevention, the treatment, awareness, the engagement, like all of this in regard to the pandemic. And I just want to focus in on that. I agree with what's been said, but particularly mental health. Thank you.
Representative Clem, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I think all those are great and valid reasons. Part of, I think, the idea of this task force bill not only is to look at things circumspectly and to see where we've been and see what we can do better, but also to evaluate things to prepare us in the future. I think, for instance, Laramie County right now is under a mask mandate, and we have the DA of this county saying that our office is not going to enforce it. If this, not to downplay this by any means, I'm not saying that COVID-19 is not serious, but if we had a pandemic that was more serious, and you have the situation where you have an attorney or a county attorney or DA saying they're not going to enforce something. I just think this really kind of sets the stage for the legislature to continue the conversation and to look at some of these things more closely, whether it's aspects in the law, whether it's the powers of the state health officer or county health officers, whether it's looking at how do we deal with mental health. There's so many aspects that I think we could look at, and that's why I think a task force really look at this more clearly into the future is a good thing. And so the only thing that concerns me at this point, I agree. I think we could add a whole lot of people to a task force, and I think all of the people that were mentioned just a little bit ago in this conversation are all worthwhile. My only concern is sometimes you get too many people, into a task force like this, and it can get really muddy really quick. And so I don't have a solution for that. As we've seen task force bills develop in the legislature, oftentimes you'll see a lot of changes even on the floor in either the House chamber or Senate chamber. And so things change over time. And so I think the makeup of this task force, we should probably not be I'm certainly not married to the makeup of this, because I know it'll change throughout time if this bill moves forward. But it's just one word of caution. The more people we add to this, the hairier sometimes it can get. So we may want to continue to limit the number. Maybe it is 13 members or 15 members or whatever it is, and we have a variety of people. And what that variety looks like is something that's to be determined. But those are my thoughts. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, any other comments or questions? Seeing none. Committee, what's your pleasure?
Do pass.
Do pass.
I think we had it.
We already did that.
I already did that. Sorry, we had a lot of debate there for a second. Any amendments, committee? Senator Scott, go ahead. I didn't have to look.
Mr. Chairman, I would move we add to the task force membership two Wyoming healthcare practitioners whose practice includes seeing patients.
I would second that.
Got a second out of Representative Clem. Go ahead, Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, I do think it's very important at the task force to have some medical people with some practical experience with dealing with infectious disease and with pandemics after this one in particular, and having the governor appoint two Wyoming medical practitioners. Wouldn't necessarily all be doctors. One of them might well be a nurse or somebody else, but it would, I think, give some knowledge of the science here and some practical experience of dealing with real patients.
Any other comments or questions in regards to the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment, please raise your hand in front of the camera.
I'm over here, Mr. Chair.
All those opposed, please raise your hand. The motion and amendment are adopted. Any other motions, amendments, or discussion? Representative Clifford, go ahead.
I would move to add, to be able to add one representative of the Northern Arapaho or Eastern Shoshone tribe appointed by the governor.
Second.
Second by Senator Case. Any discussion? Representative Ayer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would be in favor of that motion, but perhaps to limit the total number on the task force, we could reduce the legislators included.
Not a bad idea.
Would that be, so are you suggesting perhaps the bringer of the motion change their amendment? Sounds like the second's on board. Representative Clifford?
Sure.
Okay, so that would be reducing one member of the House and one member of the Senate. Would that be Representative Ayer? Bringer of the motion and second, are you good with that?
Sure.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Yep, go ahead, Representative Clem.
Thank you. Just a question. So did we have 5 members from the Senate and 5 members from the House? Is that correct?
Yeah, we have 5 members of the House of Representatives and 5 members of the Wyoming Senate.
Okay. So are we eliminating we're eliminating 2. Are we going to eliminate 1 from the House and 1 from the Senate?
I'm assuming that's Senator Case. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I think so, but remember we added 2 with Senator Scott's amendment. So it's kind of, is 8 people from the legislature enough? They would outvote the others. There'd be 8 to 3 as I counted down.
Yeah.
Senator Schuler has a point. Senator Schuler, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That was the point I was going to make, is we cut back one of each of the legislators. And I think the reason we came up with 5 is the president of the Senate was going to designate a co-chairman and the Speaker of the House co-chairman. I think we could do that within those 4 members from each of the House and the Senate, make one of those people a co-chair of each of those, and still drop down 2 members. That was the point I was going to make as well.
Mr. Hewitt, are you following with us so far?
I am, Mr. Chairman.
Perfect. Any other comments or questions in regards to the amendment?
Question.
Question being called on the amendment. All those in favor, please raise your hand in front of the camera.
It's over here in common land.
All those opposed, please raise your hand. Okay, amendment carries. Representative Clem, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just by my count, we've added 3 members, 2 medical professions, 1 from one of the tribes, and we've decreased 2 members from the legislature.
Correct.
So I'm going to make another motion. We'll see where it goes, but I'm going to suggest that we additionally take 1 member away from the House and Senate. That would be 3 from the House, 3 from the Senate. And then add a member from the County Commissioners Association. That would make it a wash, as far as it would still be whatever the total number is in the bill. It would still be that number. We're just moving seats around. So that's the motion.
Is there a second by Representative Duncan? Any discussion, committee? Mr. Hewitt, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, currently the members of the House, 2 are from the Joint Labor, 2 are from the Joint Corporations Committee, same for the Senate. So if you're moving down to 3 members each from the House and the Senate, you may want to reduce the required committee membership as well.
Mr. Chairman?
Yep, go ahead.
So could that be 1 from Labor, 1 from Corp, from the Senate and the House respectively? Then you'd have 1 available to be from whatever.
At large members?
At large.
Senator Case, go ahead.
I'll just speak freely. Why don't we just eliminate the committee requirements anyway?
Yeah.
Just let the presiding officer decide. Of course, people on labor and the good chairman, they'd rise up to the top of the list if I were making appointments.
I think it's good.
I'm not sure this committee has any real expertise other than the government relations.
Right.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'll amend my motion to just eliminate the requirement that they come from any committee at all, just 3 from the House, 3 from the Senate.
Second is agreeable.
Okay, Mr. Hewitt, are we good to go? Awesome. Any other discussion, committee? Seeing none. All those in favor, please raise your hand.
Chairman,
Oh, Senator Scott, go ahead. Nope, you changed your mind. Okay, all those in favor, please raise your hand.
Wait.
Somebody say something, go
I
ahead.
got a question.
Little Buck.
So Representative Scott, your motion was to just have 1 from the counties, not 2 as.
Correct.
As Mr. Raymond suggested,
Correct.
just 1.
So it
Okay,
stays at 13.
okay.
Okay.
Such a great number.
All those in favor, please raise your hand in front of your camera. All those opposed, please raise your hand in front of your camera. The amendment is adopted. Any other motions, amendments, or discussion in regards to the proposed legislation?
Question on the bill.
Senator Scott, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to vote against the bill. And the reason is not, I think the subject needs to be examined very carefully, but I think it ought to be done. This is a major thing. I think it ought to be done by one of the standing committees that's assigned by the Management Council rather than as a task force. I think we've made way too much use of task forces, and what we're doing is gradually transforming the legislature into a full-time professional legislature, and I think that's a mistake. So I want to be very clear that I'm voting against it, and we'll vote against it in session. For that reason, I do think the subject needs to be examined, but I think it ought to be done by an interim committee.
You know, Senator Scott, if you would have voted for my bill or Representative Clem's bill that we saw a couple committee meetings ago, we wouldn't even be having this discussion. Of course, we'd all probably be in a little hotter water. That would happen. All right, Representative Clem, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I actually, I agree a lot with what Senator Scott has said. That being said, this is certainly this is an unprecedented time, certainly unique, not only in Wyoming's history, but also in our country at large. Not only that, but we've had so many people affected. And whether it's the medical community, whether it's schools, whether it's mental health professionals, counties. And that's why I think it's important, number one, to have a task force such as this with various players at the table, because they were all affected. And while a standing committee could look into something like this, every year we have interim topics. And you think about that as far as even the interim work we've done today. And for one committee to really devote the time necessary to dig into a subject such as this, I think is unreasonable, and really you'd be putting more on such a standing committee. And so I think this is the correct approach to do something like this. And so that's why I vote aye.
Okay.
Question.
Question being called. This is for final passage of the bill. Mr. Hewitt, are we good to go on all the amendments?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, they're all in order.
Perfect. Let's call the roll.
Senator Case,
Aye.
Senator Nethercott,
Aye.
Senator Schuler,
Aye.
Senator Scott,
No.
Representative Blackburn,
Aye.
Representative Clausen,
Aye.
Representative Clem,
Aye.
Representative Clifford,
Aye.
Representative Duncan,
Aye.
Representative Ayer,
Aye.
Representative Furphy,
Aye.
Co-Chairman Landon,
Aye.
Chairman Lindholm.
Aye.
Motion is adopted.
Wow, full house.
Sometimes I think Representative Blackburn forgets that mute button. All right, committee, we are, that's essentially it for today. It's 5:30. We could keep going. No, I'm just joking. We can't keep going. Anyways, really good first day committee. Lots of great work done. Way to stick it out. Tomorrow will be another full day with lots of promising pieces of legislation that'll make someone mad. So I hope to see everybody on there. We're in recess until I believe we're kicking the tire back again at 8:30 in the morning. Yep, 8:30 in the morning tomorrow morning. So we'll see everybody bright-eyed and bushy-tailed then.